finance-wise, investment-wise, how do you think this sector can be transformed, and what support does that sector need?
Money answered all things. Of course, I know that the love of it is the root of all evil. Funding is the key. I think right now, most of the projects you have in Nigeria, and I stand corrected, they are donor investments. Eh? And you could see the oil and gas industry, and I'm going to tell you why. The government needs to do what they did to LLNG. They need to find a way to let go of VAT, let go of taxes, everything. When a nation wants to develop a new thing, the first thing they do is for government to delay their rent extraction. And that's what you see in the PIA, competing between early extraction and delay extraction. The conceptual framework thinkers for the PIA let go of early rent extraction with the hope that the output expansion will do that. So the government must let go of their revenue the way they did for LLNG. In fact, at times I ask myself a question whether LLNG was actually profitable from the government point of view. That is, if you look at all the dividend the government has gotten from LLNG and all the incentive, Tony, don't look at me like that.
Sir, would you like to join us on stage? Are you sure, sir?
No. You see, if you look at what government gave up to make LLNG what it is today, it's huge. Perhaps we have gotten more dividend than what we gave up. That is what we need to do with renewable. Renewable energy is not a trilemma. It's an opportunity for Africa because the resources are there. We should not look at it as more or less anybody is trying to punish us to let go of our. No. And that's why the emphasis with energy transition is net zero. That means we need mixed strategy and we need to pursue these opportunities that renewable energy brings to us. Funding is difficult. However, the government can accelerate that funding if they delay whatever it is that they are getting from it to the future. And that will help. But my friend, I'm going to keep repeating this because when I listen to renewable debate, it is not about me having good air conditioner in my home. It's about being able to power the industry. And the technology is still stochastic. The renewable technology to power industry is still stochastic. It's not deterministic. It's uncertain. You can't predict wind. And even solar, God forbid that God one day just decide to let cloud fill the entire earth. So in that case, we still need to think in terms of storage. And I continue to impress on us to know that there are 4 end users of energy: household consumption, commercial consumption, electric utility consumption, and industrial consumption. And there must be a pricing policy that may discriminate. And there's an economic principle that allows price discrimination. That's why when you are coming to London, you didn't pay the same price that professors paid. And yet we landed the same time.
Thank you for that point. Sorry, Mr. Sam, just before you come on, is Nick still on? Because we're still coming back to the case of Africa, but from the report, from the stats review, it showed that there was good news and that there's growing renewables. This is on a global scale. Nick, I was going to ask you if you're still online. Can you see any more promising signs? And what are the big barriers? Landscape, please.
I just thought I should drop a point on the comments made by Prof regarding the success story of LLNG. And I think strongly that it's about incentives that were granted to the company when they started operation. While I agree with him, but again, incentives alone aren't enough for you to achieve that kind of mileage and achievement. I think, again, beyond incentives, we look at the operational structure in terms of ownership of that entity. And I can tell you that we know in this part of the world that government has no business in business. Government is always a bad manager of business in our climb here. And this is replete with examples. So LLNG today, in my view, one of the critical success factors is that government minority ownership, which is very, very key. So, and that's why we're proposing similar thing in the PIA, where government goes to IJV model and then divests to be a minority shareholder, so that that kind of company can achieve the kind of success that LNG has achieved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salami. Time is far, far gone. We may need to move to the next section. But I just wanted to thank everyone for participating in this. Nick, thank you for joining us online. Prof, as always, thank you. And also Mr. Salami, KPMG. So as I said earlier, KPMG is one of our partners as we produce this big report, EI Statistical Review of the World. They actually support us with their staff in London. I think one of the things I've gotten from this conversation, Prof, is that we need to get Mr. Salami to send somebody from Nigeria, somebody from Africa, as they actually collate this data, so that we're sure that we're well represented and all the Africa and others doesn't exist anymore. Instead, we actually have specific African countries being represented. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. We truly appreciate it. Thank you. Can we please take some pictures?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for that very insightful discussion that we had. Thank you very much, Prof, Mr. Salami, and of course, our host. All right.
Slightly hungover, slightly hungover. You.
So I want to confirm, does everybody have the brochure? Okay, we all do. All right. On our schedule, the next thing should be an address from Professor Abubakar Sani Sambo, but unfortunately he's around. Okay. It's me. Abubakar, no, he's not. Yes. Professor Abubakar Sani Sambo cannot join us. So we're going to move on to our second panel session, which is the price tag of inclusive energy security, balancing costs and subsidies for whom. Now, I'm going to do a brief intro for the panelists on this session. First, we have Engineer Longe Alonge. I hope I got that right. He has more than 23 years experience in both the public and private power sector. He's worked at the Enron, AES, NBET, Nigerian government, Black Rhino, and of course, Globilec. Our second panelist would be Professor Yemi Oke, who had his LLM and PhD degrees at the Osgoode Hall Law School, York University, Canada, LLB, from the University of Ilorin, I beg your pardon, Nigeria BI from the Nigerian Law School in Abuja. Unfortunately, Professor Abubakar Sani Sambo wouldn't be joining us, but to complete that panel, We have Ifi Malo. I hope I'm getting that right. Yes. Ifi Malo is going to be joining us as well. Ifeoma is an energy access expert and a climate action champion. She has over 23 years experience in building and directing organizational operations and strategy, supporting startups and MSMEs across Africa. To host this panel session is none other than engineer Kelechi Eke, who obtained his engineering degree and master's from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. He has worked for 14 years. He worked for 14 years at the Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria Limited in asset management, facility management, utility power projects, and operation maintenance thereafter. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see that we're about to get a wealth of knowledge from these wonderful people that I've just called up here. And from the previous panel session, I want to ask again, we didn't have any questions here. Remember that we are open to taking your questions, you know, not too many because of time. But if you do have your questions, please signify. Someone from the tech team will bring a microphone to you. I also want to thank Prof, Mr. Salami, and Mrs. Yewande for that beautiful session. Now we know that, you know, Africa needs to work on our data management. We need to understand that the access to energy is not just for your household to power your TV or your ACs. We need it for industrial, commercial, household, and of course electric generational users. But moving straight to our next panel session, the price tag of inclusive energy security, balancing costs and subsidies for whom? I'd like to bring on stage, and ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for engineer Kelechi Eke.
Thank you very much. Standing on existing protocol, thanks for this opportunity, Energy Institute. The topic is the price tag of energy security, balancing costs and subsidies for whom. I would like to invite the following panelists to join me. Franklin Ajebu is the head of power business with aspect of Vietnam Engineering Limited. Franklin, please. Ife Malo is a co-founder / CEO, Clean Technology Hub Nigeria Limited. Not here. Can we confirm technical department? Is Ife online? All right. And then engineer Longe, Director Business Development, Globelec Nigeria Limited is also online. I would like to set the context for this conversation via presentation. Can we have that on, please? Okay, so since we're discussing the price tag for inclusive energy security, we just want to do a top overview of the Nigeria energy security situation. And we do it within three contexts. We try to have a common understanding of what energy security is. We look at energy security within the context of energy mix, energy balance, and energy transition. So we start with energy security. So what's the definition? Globally, is availability of energy carriers and energy sources when required at affordable prices in acceptable forms and from accessible locations, the so-called 4 A's of energy security. Emphasis is on energy carriers and energy sources. There are enablers for these 4 A's, and those enablers have to do with safety. While you're doing all this, you don't want to constitute any injury to people or harm to the environment. You won't jeopardize the collective interest of the people. And you won't put at risk the ability of future generations to meet their own energy needs. And then you want to achieve this without disruption. And where disruption occurs, you quickly restore the 4 A's. Now, on energy carriers and energy sources. Energy sources are the primary energy sources that we have, the naturally occurring forms of energy. Typically in those forms, the entropy is very, very low. And they are not readily available for consumption. So typical examples of energy sources are coal, natural gas, petroleum gas, etc. They are not available for consumption, so you can only extract them. By the time they are subjected to energy transformation processes, they become available in vectors, in forms that can easily be consumed. So those transformations will now take them in the form of electricity, refined petroleum products, hydrogen, etc. They are available for consumption and are usually available in mobile forms. So our discussion on energy security will be with the context of energy carriers, the 4 A's within the context of energy carriers, as well as in the context of energy sources. Now, what are the drivers of energy security? There are about 6 major drivers. The earliest one started after the Second World War, when there was the need for reconstruction of the various republics across the world, and there was no energy available to do that. So that was the first precursor, major precursor, that led to discussion on energy security. Then the second major event that led to that was the Middle East oil embargo in the mid-1970s, and that, in fact, is the single most important factor that has driven discussions on energy security, because it led to energy crisis in the Western Hemisphere, and there was rising inflation during that period. It was very, very tough for the Western Hemisphere countries to adapt. We also have concerns about decommissioning knowledge and technology associated with nuclear energy, and so on and so forth. Okay, so the various 4 A's that are triggered by these various events are shown here. The panelists will go into those details of those discussions. Now, having looked at the 4 A's of energy security, is it just enough to say you have enough of these sources whenever you need them? It's clearly not enough, because you want to have a balanced mix of all this. And we'll go into the definition of energy mix, which is the combination of different energy sources and energy carriers. Back once again, energy sources, energy carriers, of a group of people in such a way that they're able to meet their present and future needs. That's energy mix. From this definition, it clearly shows that for you to have a healthy energy security, you must have a diversified energy mix. And Nigeria will have plenty of it, starting with some of the energy sources that we have. In terms of crude oil, we just take two major spectrums. Crude oil and natural gas will have plenty of these reserves. But is it just enough to say you have enough? What do you do with them? So in terms of energy sources, Nigeria has high energy security. Whether it's natural gas, whether it's crude oil, whether it's biomass, whether there is coal, high energy security. But when it comes to energy carriers, by the time you transform these energy sources, what is energy security? And that's the conundrum that the panelists will have to debate for us. Starting, for instance, with crude oil and natural gas, very high energy security by virtue of high reserves. By the time you want to transform them to refined petroleum products, what do you have? Low energy security, because you have no control over the supply chain for those products because you import them. With all the abundant natural gas we have and renewable energy resources we have, why are we not able to generate enough electricity, which is an energy carrier? So God has blessed us with high energy security in terms of energy sources. It is our responsibility to use our engineering knowledge, anthropogenic intervention, to convert those energy sources into energy carriers. So in terms of energy carriers, we failed in that regard, and energy security is quite low. Let's take, for instance, energy carrier called electricity. In terms of generation capacity, 18% is all we're able to achieve, depending on where you mine information from. It's estimated that the true electricity demand in Nigeria is 20 gigawatts. We only generate less than 1/5 of that. Low energy security. In terms of nameplate capacity, all the grid-connected power plants in Nigeria have about 13 gigawatts generation capacity. Yet we're only able to generate about 4 gigawatts from it. In terms of power transmission, our area grid is just about 42% across the country. The capacity for power generation, for power transmission, is about 40%. It's even worse in power distribution, where we only have half of the capacity to distribute what we need. And within that capacity, our aggregate technical and commercial losses is one of the highest in the world. So how can you achieve energy-inclusive energy security when you are not even producing enough of the electricity? That is what our panelists will be discussing. within the ones we are able to generate, within electricity as an energy carrier, we're over-reliant on natural gas. About 80% of the grid-connected power generation in this country is on natural gas, and only about 20% is from hydro sources. That's on that. In terms of refined petroleum products, we are very, very dependent, fully dependent on imported refined petroleum products, whether diesel, whether petrol, etc. And that leads us to the issue. Even though you have enough energy carriers in terms of refined petroleum products, is it not important to determine whether you have control over those supply chains or not? Are you producing them locally, or are you importing them? And that takes us to the issue of net energy balance, which is, even if you have enough of the energy carriers, even if you have enough of your energy sources, what control do you have over them? Do you import them, or do you export them? So in Nigeria, in terms of crude oil, in terms of petroleum gas, we have a positive energy balance. We produce more than we need, and we export the balance. That's on the energy source. In terms of energy carrier, for the same product, the same crude oil and natural gas, by the time you transform them into forms that are readily consumable, such as diesel, such as kerosene, such as petrol, that positive energy balance you have converts to negative energy balance, the same product. In terms of electricity, we have plenty of natural resources to produce electricity. The act was transforming it into electricity, that making it to be converting it from energy source to energy carrier. We have transposed from positive energy balance to negative energy balance. The same product, only transformation is what we need. And then, while the rest of the world is talking about energy transition, we'll have to move along. And I'll do my energy transition summary as follows. I use relativity. Globally speaking, the primary energy source has been wood. That was the initial primary energy source. Before the Industrial Revolution, that was powered by coal. After coal, the world moved into crude oil, and now the dominant global energy source is natural gas. So what do you see? From my relativity point of view, if you take the number of hydrogen radicals to carbon radicals in these primary energy sources, what we have seen is an increasing ratio of hydrogen to carbon. And that's my summary. Please move to energy transition. That's my summary of energy transition. So we have seen the hydrogen to carbon ratio increasing from wood stock, through coal, through natural gas, through crude oil to gas. That's on the global scale. The only difference with Nigeria is that we did not pass through coal. We didn't pass through coal. That's the only difference that we have. So when you talk of energy transition, it's actually increase in the ratio of hydrogen to carbon radicals. So what do we do? Do we join the bandwagon? Because the rest of the world is moving in that direction. Don't forget, Nigeria is a petroleum money economy with high carbon assets. So if we say develop your renewable, de-emphasize, which is your low carbon assets, de-emphasize your high carbon assets. You have your natural gas, which have not sufficiently mined. You have your coal, virtually zero transformation has taken place there. What do we do with those high carbon assets? The panelists have to address this. Can we achieve high energy security if we do not address this conundrum? Now, talking of transformation, electricity is peculiar because we have to answer the question, do we treat electricity as a merit good or as a social good? If you treat it as a merit good, that means you don't need subsidies on it. If you take it as a social good, every person will have access to it, then you need subsidies. So the panelists, when I come to you, if you talk of a typical Nigerian family, it requires about 500 kilowatts hour of electricity in a month. Without subsidy, is there any person that is into mini grid? Where is Asiko? He has left at the right time. Without subsidy, probably he'll be charging about 100, 120, 150 naira per kilowatt hour. Let's take just 60 naira per kilowatt hour. 500, an average Nigerian family consumes 500 kilowatt hour per month. 500 times 60 has already wiped off your minimum wage. It has wiped off. That's already 30,000 naira per month. So if you are saying we don't need subsidies in some of our energy carriers, this will be the implication. However, with subsidies, you're not going to attract fresh investment. So let's start. Panelists. Franklin, we involved a lot in commercial discussions, signing a lot of power purchase agreements for the bourgeois. You are not signing, all those PPAs you signed are not for people who can't afford it. They're meant for the upper segment of the society. Those are the ones who can afford your PPAs. So my first question to you is this. What strategies and policies do you think are essential for you to achieve inclusive and equitable access to consumers for the PPAs you've signed?
Okay, thank you very much, Kelechi, and also thank you to Energy Institute for putting up this wonderful event. Kelechi, you will agree with me that it's a dicey one. However, I think from what Prof said, Professor Wumi, looking at the technology, looking at public policy, and also the economics. So I'll start with the economics because you talked about the PPAs. Now, for every investor that wants to invest in an energy sector, the first thing they look at is that economics. Okay? Am I going to get my money back? When I put in the money, am I going to get it back? The second thing they also look at is the aspect of policy. Or the aspect of policy is what are the regulations, what are also the laws guarding that industry, okay? So if you're looking at this sector in this way, then the third is the technology, which is, of course, what technology can we use to get energy across to people? Now, talking about technology, we are talking about efficient technologies. How can you be able to generate energy at affordable rates? What are the sources that you can leverage on to get energy across to people at a very affordable rate? Yes, in Nigeria, we have a various pricing models. You have the MITO, which is controlled by NEC, and all the electricity distribution companies are meant to, be regulated and, of course, bill the clients or the customers using the NAC methodology. Now, on the NEC side, you have customers paying as low as 4 naira per unit. You also have customers paying as high as 68 naira per unit. So there are different things that they look at to be able to determine that price. But the truth is that these prices are not cost reflective. And that is why if you see a lot of gap in the generation, in the transmission, and also distribution. During your presentation, you made mention about the gap, the capacity that the transmission company of Nigeria can be able to wield compared to the capacity the distribution company can be able to offtake and, of course, distribute to end users. You find that there is a lot of mismatch. And in Nigeria today, you also mentioned, we have our energy consumption. It's in the range of less than 20% of what we are generating currently compared to what we actually need to meet optimal energy supply. Now, looking at energy transition, what is the main purpose? Are we looking at meeting our optimal energy, which ensures energy security, or are we focusing on using a particular source of energy to meet that very goal? Another thing to also look at is at what cost? Now today, the renewable energy put together with hydro is barely less than 20% on the energy mix, and gas contributes the majority of it. So for the gas, it's in between. The fossil fuel aspect, the CO2 emission is limited compared to coal, compared to diesel, compared to other sources of fuel. So you find out that gas, of course, natural gas I'm talking about here, is one of the common aspects of fuel that we use today to generate energy. And I will use the company that I work for to give you a very good example. Island Power Limited, which is the biggest power generation company in Lagos, Marina. is owned by Viaton, and that's approximately 20 megawatts. It's purely run on natural gas. Okay. However, to be able to meet up the energy demands of the clients in that area, we do not rely only on the piped gas. So you also have a CNG component. Gasco Marine is a subsidiary of Viaton. So for areas of, for the time where you have low pressure on the pipe gas, we rely on CNG to be able to meet up the fuel demand to generate the power and evacuate into the network. And we also try to use a modern technology to distribute energy, not the conventional overhead network. So we use underground SLPL armored cable to distribute power. However, the pricing is always a challenge. Getting people to accept that cost-reflective tariff is always a challenge, going back that people are used to a subsidy-based regime, okay, which is currently this. So there is no disco in Nigeria that charge above 75 naira per kilowatt hour. The government is paying the subsidy. However, that subsidy may come to an end very soon, because what has happened in the petroleum sector, the PMS and the rest of it, will also come to the end. And when that happens, the energy pricing will change. People will now start paying attention to efficient energy use. Very important. Now, if you look at a lot of incandescent bulb that people use today, 200 wax bulb, 100 wax bulb, as the case may be. Whereas you can actually provide lighting using LED, light emitting diode, that takes just 3 watts, 1 watt, 5 watts to be able to give you that. So why are people using appliances and lighting solutions that, of course, consume more energy compared to recent technologies that give you that at a very low rate? So looking at this pricing tag for inclusive energy security is something that I'm actually very passionate about. However, how do you achieve this? Looking at the scenario of using renewable energy and also what some persons may call energy transition fuel, which is the gas, the natural gas, to be able to bridge that gap. To me, I would say that for now, for Nigeria, for Africa as a whole, we need to pay attention in meeting our energy needs. It's very important because economic growth, economic development has a direct correlation with energy consumption. So the less energy you make available to people, the poorer the people are. Okay? So now what can we do to bridge that gap? You need funds, you need money, you need technology to be able to, of course, transit to the renewable energy sources. Okay? Now, what do you need? You need to build the economy. You need to ensure that the industries have the energy they need to be able to meet up their production. Okay? In the grid power, for instance, a lot of industry, Prof mentioned here, some of companies, C&I, that is commercial and industrial customers, don't use power from the grid because of the unreliable nature. Okay, so they rely on their own diesel generator, and today it costs at the rate of 1,000 naira per liter for diesel. It costs 181 naira per kilowatt hour to generate power using your diesel generator.
Sorry to interrupt you. I want to be very clear. Are you pro subsidy for electricity tariff or not?
Okay, Kelechi, if you remember what I said at the beginning, it's a sort of dicey. However, it's a good policy. Subsidy is a good policy. Implementation is key. There are people that, it's not everybody that need a subsidy, okay? There are people that need a subsidy, and that subsidy should be channeled to those people that need that subsidy. You gave a very good example that if you charge energy at cost-reflective tariff today, those on a minimum wage of 30,000 naira, that has already taken away all their earnings for the month. So that is not, so these are the class of people that actually need that subsidy, and also industrial for production purposes. Okay, now for a medium class and high income earners, okay, that need electricity to power their homes, air conditions, lighting solutions, etc., etc., they don't need the subsidy. Okay, so in Nigeria today, that subsidy applies only to grid power. Okay, where you have the 11 distribution companies, the power that comes through them, of course, enjoy that subsidy. Those on IPPs, the independent power producer, don't enjoy that subsidy. And because they don't enjoy that subsidy, so they try to channel their energy to those who can afford
You know the challenge with that approach. Once you export power to the grid, that electricity cannot distinguish between those who have high ATP, ability to pay, and those who have high WTP, willingness to pay. Both of them are economic and social behavior respectively. So once that power gets into a certain district, every person is charged the same tariff according to the various classes of tariffs that we have, the residential, commercial, industrial, etc. So you cannot distinguish whether you're able to pay, in which case you don't need subsidy or not, etc. So that's the challenge with that approach. Okay, so I want to come to you now. Regulation from economics point of view is most effective when there is adequate interplay of demand and supply. So for regulation to be very effective, there has to be abundant supply relative to demand. The current reality in Nigeria is that within the electricity spectrum, we have insufficient supply relative to demand. In my presentation, I said the grid connected demand is just about grid connected supply is just about 18% of estimated demand of 20 gigawatts. So what the regulators do in Nigeria is nothing other than rationing. So if you've been very, very active in the Clean Energy Hub in Nigeria, I want you to tell us how you feel the regulators can address potential trade-offs between energy subsidies and other social and economic development priorities of the Nigerian society. Ife, please. Okay, I'll still on you. With your interest and investments in low carbon assets, would you support Nigeria's diversification of her energy mix through investment in her high carbon assets, such as coal? Specifically, if you are given the opportunity to invest in a highly profitable power generation project, would you want to participate in such? Devaluation of the naira, with our inability to electricity demand, we have high carbon assets under our feet, dollars under our feet, which you can extract and use to meet our energy demand, which you can extract to increase energy security, which you can export to earn foreign exchange. We should not exploit these high carbon assets to meet these demands, reduce the brain drain we are currently experiencing. We should not do all this because they're high carbon assets, is what you have said. All right, so Longer, I move on to you. Longer, I move on to you. We don't have data, reliable data in this country. I said earlier on in my presentation that depending on where you mine your data from, estimated true power demand in Nigeria, some data sources say 20 gigawatts, some say 30 gigawatts. But if you take a small community and administer cost reflective tariff on them, that true demand, electricity demand you have previously measured will start dipping down because they realize that they can no longer pay for their electricity. So with this data challenge you have, Longe, how do you think we can determine the appropriate level of subsidies for the downstream petroleum sector, for the electricity industry, whichever angle you want to take it? Remember the problem we also have with the downstream petroleum sector. Government tells you this is the total daily consumption of petrol in Nigeria. NNPC says this, Federal Office of Statistics says this, Federal Ministry Parastatal says this. Which do you want to rely on? So not having unified, reliable sources of data, how do you think government will be in a position to determine the appropriate level of subsidy in either the petroleum sector or the electricity sector, whichever one you want to tackle, with all the experience you've had in your consultancy services? Very well. I spent a decade and a half working in the hydrocarbon producing communities in the Niger Delta. And I spent about 1/3 of that time doing nothing other than building power plants in those locations. And my experience shows that in those locations, the ability to pay is very low. Very, very low because of high communal poverty in those areas. The willingness to pay the WTP is also very, very low because of a sense of entitlement that the natural gas and the crude oil is a natural resource that have been endowed in those locations by the creator. So why should I pay for transformed energy from those primary energy resources that have been naturally endowed? So my question to you, Franklin, is very specific. In those locations that are responsible for 90% of our foreign exchange earnings, how can we achieve energy inclusivity in a sustainable manner, and at what price?
Okay, thank you very much. That's a very good question. And also, you mentioned that you worked in the Niger Delta. It's a very interesting area to work. I also had experience in the distribution in that zone. Yes, what you said is right. The sense of entitlement, also the ability to pay is an issue. And one very good example, it's one of the power plant, perhaps you were one of those that built it, which is currently owned by Transcorp, that is Afam Power. In the whole of that area, talking about more than 200,000 households, they insist they are not going to pay because federal government at some point during the era of Obasanjo promised a free energy for them. And since that time, they refuse to pay till date. And something that is very peculiar is that that is the entry point where power comes into Port Harcourt City. So once you knock them out, the entire city is out. So it's a problem, and the community takes more than 100 million worth of energy every month. So how do you combine this? Yes, it can be achieved. Some renewable energy company are partnering with the DISCOs to implement a renewable energy projects in some of the area. And for instance, in Akwa Ibom State, Port Harcourt DISCO covers about 4 states, Rivers, Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom, and Cross River. You have a lot of community in those areas apart from the capital, and most of the people, most of the households in those areas find it difficult to actually pay for energy. And I'll cite very good project that we did in collaboration with World Bank in Bayelsa State, where we tried to reduce the energy consumption in that area. What we did was to conduct enumeration in that community to understand the number of households you have there, and also the number of bulbs, incandescent bulb that each household use. Port Harcourt DISCO sponsored that project in collaboration with the Bayelsa State government, and also supported and supervised by the World Bank. So after that, we were able to exchange all the incandescent bulb, which are inefficient lighting solutions, using LED bulb. And the energy consumption dropped by 70%. What that project shows is that because of the level of poverty, most of the energy used in those areas are actually for lighting solution. And one thing that can actually interest you is that some of these lighting solutions do not have a switch. So the light, once ever it comes on, the light is always on. And yet the people cannot afford to pay. And it's always issue when you want to request for that payment. So on the solution, this project was actually piloted to see how we can make energy affordable for people at that level. And that reduction, after that project, we've achieved a 70% reduction. The following month, the amount they paid 100% of their bill amount. But this is a community that used to pay about 30% of their bill amount because they cannot afford to do so. Okay, so what does that say? It says that using energy efficiently, using efficient appliances, and also efficient technologies can actually reduce the cost of energy, not necessarily at the production stage, but at the usage side. Very important. And Ghana I'm sure a prof know about this. At some point, they did a national program where they exchanged all the refrigerating system in Ghana. And after that project, their energy consumption dropped. And Ghana started having excess energy. So that is one way that the government can come in to assist.
Unreliable power, but it's very affordable. It's very affordable, but it's not reliable.
So do we wait for... Okay, I think I can be speaking while the power comes up. Okay, so okay, so let's exercise a little.
You want to be from you want
All right, so all right, it's one of the challenges we are facing in the country. So please bear with us. So actually, one of these things can actually, you can stop this kind of interruptions if you use a ATS, automatic transfer switch, which enables you to switch from one source to the other. Okay, and one of the projects that I did many years ago is powering NLNG headquarters in Port Harcourt. Is one of the equipment that we installed, and we have various sources of energy that comes into that facility, and that enables if source A you don't have power, it automatically switch to source B or C without any interruption. So these things happen in less than 1% of a second, so you cannot see any flicker or any blinking when that happens.
I said earlier, customers in the PPAs we've signed, your customers are bourgeois. The NLNG you mentioned can pay any tariff that you request for. So I want to go to Ife. You are a capitalist as well. If we continue to charge cost-reflective electricity tariff with multidimensional poverty prevalent in the Nigerian society, a lot of the Nigeria's poor masses will be priced out of that commodity, especially since we don't have enough of it available. If we continue subsidy regime which the federal government is currently struggling with, we will not be able to attract the needed capital investment in the industry. By the way, how many of you have an idea of what the MBET remittance fidelity is? By that I mean if you submit an invoice as a market participant, do you have an idea of what the percentage payment is? Do you have an idea? If you take an average, moving average over the years is about 70%. It has improved. That means about 70% of your invoice you expect to get paid, but you won't get paid on time. You lose money of the day. So that's the kind of negative cash flow operating environment to have in the Nigerian electricity supply market. You're not going to attract any fresh investment in that area. So Ife, I'm coming to you now. We're managing time, just 3 minutes if you don't mind. What is the way to go? Do we continue with fiscal subsidy without being able to attract infrastructural capacity in the sector? Or do we continue with subsidies so that at least Nigeria's poor can afford to pay for some form of electricity? What's the way to go on a long-term basis? painfully, but you have it. Now here we don't have it, but one way or the other we're able to pay for it. Okay, I'll come back to you on that. Yeah, we're listening to you. Continue.
She was asking what the consumer, she wants to hear what the consumer has to say. I'm the
Okay.
consumer.
No, attract the needed investments, or do we continue with this palliative approach?
Consumers can afford, right? You cannot group everybody together. In some estates, for example, in Lagos, the estate I live in, power, the cost of power is times, I can't even explain it, ridiculous. But guess what? We all pay for it because we just want lights, right? That in itself explains the human behavior, right? There's some people that can afford more. There's some people that can afford only less. So I think it's important to know who these people are, understand our consumers, and charge accordingly. Now, you're asking about the UK. When I go into an Uber and they ask me, where do you work? I don't like to say Energy Institute. Because when I say, they say, so you're one of those people charging us ridiculous prices for energy. And I'm like, no, I just serve the industry. I'm not the industry. But yes, consumers are also complaining. You know, the cost of energy is high. And there's been, obviously, with everything, the crisis going on around the world, it's gone up even much higher in this season. So it's reiterated in both parts of the world. In my opinion, I think in Nigeria, in the Nigerian case, just like what we've been hearing all day, again, subsidy is important. It's who to give that blessing to and who not to give it to. I think that's my own takeaway.
All right, thank you. If you can, we have you back. If 10 gigawatts from renewable energy by 2030, just 7 years from now. And if we can, what do we need to do to achieve it? For you, communication is very, very important in the context of this conversation. A lot of the people, a lot of Nigerians who lived in unserved and underserved areas, coincidentally are those areas that enjoy lower levels of literacy in the country. All the conversation I've been having on the appropriate pricing level for energy inclusive energy security, they're not involved. They're not being carried along. They probably don't even understand the concept. How do you think these people can be brought on board to be fully engaged, to understand the context of the conversation, for their voice to be heard, and all their concerns addressed? How can we get them on board? It's for you, Longe. Okay, we need to move to the audience now. Do you have any questions, any reactions? Okay. No. First, I want to start with. No. I want to. Sorry. I want to start with a unionist. Do you have Nigerian Labour Congress, Nigerian Union of Electricity Employees? Are they here? They are not here. All right. I want to start with Prof. Then move on.
My question is really, I understand what you are saying, and if your mom, I don't know if she's still there, I think she will remember that you have customers and you have consumers. I think she said it there. Customers are the ones that are paying. Consumers, they don't want to pay and they want to consume. So you have to balance it. And that's why this idea of subsidy that increase consumption without increasing production is dangerous. So, and we need to begin to think, and I always get a little bit when they talk about subsidizing in the US, subsidizing in everywhere. No, you will see what the US does in agriculture is to encourage the producers to continue to produce. So, instead of, so I think I think that's the question you are asking. I think I'd rather think in terms of, yes, you can call it subsidizing producers, but it's called incentive. You have to incentivize production where you have more consumers than customers, especially in the electricity sector in Nigeria. And that's why I think even this conference is to be encouraged because this conversation is very important for policymakers, even though at times you can't get them in the audience. Because you have to distinguish. We don't have that in the production sector. But in the consumer sector, we have customers and we have consumers. Consumers don't want to pay. And that's why you have price discrimination, even in the electricity industry, even in the developed world. And that's why you have this idea of cross-subsidization.
Okay, if you are likely to answer that question, Prof said in the developed countries, subsidies usually on production, in Nigeria subsidies on consumption. But let me also add to that, we have gas production in Nigeria is substantially subsidized in favor of production. Even at that, domestic gas is too expensive, despite those subsidies, too expensive for both consumers and customers to pay for. As the manufacturing industries in Ikeja, as the various power plants that rely on natural gas feedstock, there is that price differential of about 80 cents per million scoff differential between export gas and domestic gas. So it's a big issue. So long as that true price market exists for export gas, the gas producers will preferentially want to sell to that market rather than to a surprise market in the dump gas market in Nigeria.
Thank you. And I hear a lot about more energy. Is there, or frankly, maybe you will know, are there people really looking at the efficient use of this energy? Because I know very well when this whole renewables things really got on the way, especially in Europe, they actually put a lot more emphasis on efficient use of the one they have first before they started going into the other aspects of big-time renewables. And I know you talked about efficient bulbs and all that, but also linked to what Kelechi was saying in terms of scaling up the renewables content of our energy space. Outside here, where some of us use renewables, and I'm talking about how do you put back your excess generation, say, into the grid and get a credit for it? Because we do have a lot of incentives doing that outside Nigeria. And when I look at all the generators we have in this country, I wish I can put back my excess generation into the grid and get a credit for it. But it's even more so if you have solar, if you have any other thing. But are there any people really looking at this? Are you guys really looking at that? Because we have so much of waste in terms of energy that we're all generating, all of us. Yeah.
So Franklin, can you answer that question? We'll go around first. Please, Prof, the question has been asked from the direction of production. I want to answer it from the perspective of consumption as well. If I go to LASO and bring 3 students and tell them to buy incandescent bulb 60 watts for 2,000 naira, 2,000, and I tell them I have energy saving bulb 11 watts, that's equivalent, and it sells for 3,000 naira, what do you think they'll prefer to buy? That is where your ATP and WPP kicks in. If I take it to the market now and say, okay, we'll have this 2 horsepower split unit, it uses Freon 22, which is ozone depleting refrigerant gas. It will cost you 300,000 naira. And the same 2 horsepower, and I say this is ozone non-depleting refrigerant gas, the same capacity, and it costs you 500,000 naira. Which one will you preferentially want to buy? So think of it in terms of energy efficiency, also from the point of consumption. Any other reaction? Let's go down. We'll focus on the phone. Let's go to the back.
Okay, good day, everyone. My name is Jude Efidi. I actually work with a distribution company that's in the southeast region. I've heard so much about the subsidy thing and all that. And in fact, Prof has my thoughts by asking a question. How efficient is the energy we are even using? How efficient is it? I can tell you, when the special advisor to the president on energy was speaking, she said something about, the supply chain, that's power supply chain being underfunded with trillions of naira. And one of our speakers also said something about, okay, the transmission line structure, the distribution structure, they are all dilapidated. In that case, we have so much ATC and C losses. We have so much commercial losses. We have so much technical losses. Even if you look at our power lines, they are all dilapidated. It's only, maybe let me just put it, the company I work with is more like a new company, it's Geometric Power. And we have state-of-the-art distribution line, tubular lines, where winds and all that cannot disturb it. So what I'm trying to say here is, if you look at the funding and subsidy, even in the NEC regulation on tariff, you will see customers classification, where you have R1, where you have 5 naira. That's customers that consume, the customer in village and all that use 1 bulb, that are fully subsidized, 5 naira per kilowatt hour. I'm sure that is not in place now. So this is what I also want Prof to help us take to the special advisor to the presidency, so that can be implemented. Then we'll know that that is a set of subsidy on its own. Then another thing is, when you talk about Nigeria needs 20 gigawatts of electricity or watts, and the one we have presently, I can tell you, the one we have, I don't think the efficiency is up to 50%. Let me give you an instance. In the area I work, you see customers, they don't want to take meter. And you can imagine how the metering penetration in the country is very low, so low. So this is where the government, even though there has been intervention through the CBN and all that, the metering penetration is so low that when somebody comes and say, I want to use your energy, the person will prefer to use your energy for cooking, that's electric cooker, to gas, because the energy is not measured in any way. Yeah.
captured off-grid energy solutions and business models, which looks at mini-grid solar home systems, manufacturing and technology providers, payment services providers, and data analytics, as well as strengths, challenges, and solutions. And there's some initiative and pull them off the main grid, or even, and then use solar and other supplementary power sources, renewables, to provide services off-grid. And then you're taking the demand off the grid, and then you can now introduce light bulbs, the cheaper light bulbs, to those who can afford the LEDs. So I think we need to look at the business model and the solutions in a strategic manner, such that we get rid of some numbers, the huge numbers, using special initiatives. We look at the middle area where demand exists and deploy technology and new renewable solutions to address that. And then on the top of the pyramid, where people can afford to pay more, we can now start looking at the alternatives that are being paid for and can actually meet the investment that the energy providers put in. I think if we don't have those business models, people will not see the framework they can plug in to actually address the power crisis. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. We have to address different people at different stages on their own terms. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Kelechi, mine is just a quick
yes, please,
comment,
as an organizer, yeah, but I have to impose a time tariff on you if you don't mind.
That's fine.
You have the floor.
So I was at a conference in the UK, and there was a comment that someone made that was really interesting. There's a particular program, is it Neighbours, or no, EastEnders, that they watch, and the person explained that they noticed that immediately after that program is off, everybody goes to switch on their kettle. And that's the one time, I mean, I'm not a power person, but that's the one time that they know energy is required. So they've actually put in data for that. My question and sort of comments is, this is explaining what I mentioned earlier, which is the importance of understanding data. Where is this data? Where does it sit? Who has it?
Okay, Longe, that's for you. Let's go for the answers now. Panelists, we've all been allocated the questions, so let me start with Franklin. 2 minutes, if you don't mind.
I hope that, okay, thank you. So he asked a very important question on the efficient energy use. It's very important. If you look at some developed countries in Europe, they've actually outdated or banned the use of incandescent bulbs and also other inefficient appliances. So you can't find such bulbs in their various homes. And I can actually attest to dates in 2017 when I visited Paris, walked through the percentage of savings you can achieve by this is so efficient appliances and inefficient lighting solutions. And lastly, also, she mentioned on the Power Africa program, yet there was an intervention program on trying to, support the DISCOs to implement efficient energy. And one stage which I was involved is that data gathering, which is very important. I wouldn't want to go into details of that. And finally, he also asked of how can I evacuate power if I have assets back to the grid? And of course, sell it back to the grid. The generation 5PL, one of the power plants in Port Harcourt, they are doing that. Okay, yeah. So it's one way. However, there is a modern meter that you can actually use. So until Nigeria introduced that, where that balancing can take place. Okay, so the power you sell back to the grid can be balanced with what you have paid, and so until they introduce that policy, that's when we can achieve that. And finally, you mentioned that we work for the bourgeois. I want to also state that most of the facilities in Lagos State, owned by Lagos State government, will power, including Lekki Ikoyi Bridge, and also facility owned by Ogun State government as well, decarbonizing and reducing the CO2 emission into the atmosphere. Thank you.
Just to add, in terms of energy efficiency, that's what is called Energy Star rating. So if you want to buy domestic appliances, you can look for that symbol. Once you have it, it means that that product is energy efficient compared to its peers. The other thing I want to add is economic behavior associated with making a purchase decision. There are two things among several other considerations I want to look at. The first one is the levelized cost, which is the cost throughout the entire useful life of that asset, including decommissioning costs. The second one is the initial cost of acquisition. So if you are very rich, if you have enough disposable income, you consider these two factors. But if you are struggling financially, levelized cost means nothing to you. What means anything to you is initial cost of acquisition. So whereas, for instance, renewable energy such as solar over levelized costs seems to be lower than conventional energy sources, the initial cost of deployment is extremely high, and the initial cost of acquisition is so high that you will never be able to save enough money to make that acquisition. But we know that over the levelized cost, over the entire useful life, that it will be cheaper. But can we afford it in the first instance? Those are just those comments I want to make. If you can you respond to the questions that you have, please? Courtesy of the Electricity Amendment Act 2023, NEC is not only the sole regulator we have in the Nigerian electricity supply industry, but also state governments. Whenever they are ready with their own legislators, they will become concurrent legislators. So customer enumeration data should be made available not only by NEC, but also by the respective state governments. Longe, can we move on to you now? Alex Longe, we need to summarize. We've been discussing the price tag for energy inclusive energy security, subsidies for whom, and if at all is needed. And we discussed the context of energy security. We looked at it from the 4 A's, availability, affordability, accessibility, and acceptability. So I want to conclude this way by asking you questions. If you don't mind, I need your responses as yes or no. Do you think Nigeria needs available energy supply? Do you think Nigerians are interested for the energy supply to be affordable? Do you think Nigerians are interested to have that energy supply in accessible forms? Do you think Nigerians care whether the energy form is acceptable or not? Yes or no? Are you interested in knowing whether electricity comes from clean sources or not clean sources? Are you interested in knowing that the petrol you're going to buy from that filling station comes from a refinery or from a crude production somewhere in the United States? Are you interested in the source it comes from? All right. Do you think Nigeria needs to have a diversified energy mix or not? Yes. Whether high carbon or low carbon assets, does it matter to you? Sensible mix. Do you think Nigeria needs to have a balanced net energy balance, positive energy balance preferably? Yes. So it should be a net exporter of energy, yes, like Russia, and not a net importer? With or without sanctions, it will have no effect on the energy economy in the country. Do you think we need to jump on the bandwagon associated with energy transition? As a minimum, you want to avoid technological obsolescence. So long as you're a technology importing country, you don't want to be caught up with technological obsolescence. So if you have your assets here, you want to modernize so that your suppliers will continue to provide support for you, after sales support for you. So that's the context of energy security, energy inclusive energy security from energy mix, energy balance, energy transition perspectives. I want to thank very much our panelists. Franklin, thanks a lot. I also want to thank Ifemalo. Hold on, please. Ifemalo, thank you very much for your time. Have they gone? Engineer Longe, thank you very much for your time. I believe we were able to discuss within the context of time available enough material on the topic. I want to thank Energy Institute for the opportunity. And I want to thank the audience for your patience and contributions. Thank you very much. I've thanked them already.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them again. While they take pictures, I'd like to inform our online audience and, of course, our audience in-house that we have a Young Professionals Network panel session ongoing. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them again. I'd like to just mention that we do have an ongoing panel session that is hosted virtually. The Young Professionals Network session, Energizing Africa's Future, Perspective and Pathways for Young Energy Professionals. I'm sure you'll be getting a link very soon. It is hosted by Chinenye Ajayi, the team lead Power and Infrastructure, Olaniwun Ajayi LP. Speakers are Bayode Akomolafe, Odion Omom Foma, Chibueze Eke, and Onyinye Anene Nzelu. So that is going on concurrently. But can we just put our hands together for the panelists that we've had so far? The hosts, yes, we've had 2 panel sessions. The first one, the statistical review of World Energy Session, that was hosted by KPMG in conjunction with Energy Institute Africa. The second, of course, we just finished the price tag of inclusive energy security, balancing costs and subsidies for whom. From those sessions, we were able to gather, or I was able to gather, because I came here as a layman today, and I'm just thankful for the wealth of knowledge that I'm getting. That first of all, Africa, we need data. We need to do better with our energy data to be able to access the amount of energy that we need to properly use the energy that we need. I beg your pardon. We need the proper data. We also need to find financial funding for some of to unlock some of our energy sources that we have. And of course, in the last session, I learned that we need to review the business model that we use across the markets in Nigeria, I'd say, because poorer neighborhoods, like you said, ma'am, can go off grid, use solar alternative sources of power, while the richer neighborhoods can maybe pay the amount of money that we need. Of course, Mr. Kelechi also mentioned the ability to pay for energy, willingness, all those things are very important. So I'd say it's been a wonderful experience. The first set of the first half of today's conference has been entertaining, insightful, and of course wonderful. So we're going to go on a lunch break very soon. I think right about now, actually. We're going to go on a lunch break. But before you... wait. I see people saying... Before you get up, I just want to let you know what's coming after the lunch break. So we have 2 panel sessions and a fire debate. So panel session, Disrupting the Gender Gap, Embracing Allyship and Sponsorship in the Modern Workplaces, which is going to be hosted by Rolake Akinkunbe Filani. I think she's just walked into the building. The second panel session, Bringing It All Together, which is kind of a summary of all that we've learned today. We're going to have our hosts, I don't call them moderators, they're hosts, up here telling us their takeaways, notes, taking some questions that you couldn't ask in previous panel sessions. And of course, a very interesting fireside debate. Old Boys Network, time for change. Do we have what it takes? That I think you need to stay for. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be a very fiery debate, like I hear. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying and of course enjoying the Energy Sustainability Conference 2023. It's time for lunch. Let's have some things to eat, fill our bellies, and of course come back to fill our minds. My name is Kolamide. You guys have been a wonderful audience. Please go by the door on my left and just go get your lunch, and we'll be back for the other half of the Energy Sustainability Conference. Thank you.
Slightly hungover, slightly hungover you. Slightly hungover, slightly hungover you. You shouldn't lie, baby, no, no, to someone who loves you, and I do. Morning after you. Morning after you.
is on your mind. But let me tell you, darling, I got to stop crying. And when the honor, guess who I see? I saw that same woman. They're taking you away from me. Start crying. Yeah. Start crying. You have someone new, but I'm still in love with you. That's why I'm crying. In the morning, crying. You have someone new, but I'm still with you.
All the whiskey has brought me pain, and all the money has brought me rain. Been so high and so full of pride, it all turned bad with the blink of an eye. I lost all I can lose, falling down off a mountain of blue. I've got a problem. Please let me explain. Short, hot tempers, you know they drove me insane. Bad mistake, you know one's enough. Oh, because of a jealous love. I lost all I can lose, falling down off a mountain of blue. Late last night, about 3 a.m., I woke up cold, wondering where I've been. I saw my baby lying deathless still. It all came back to me against my will. A flash of anger, you know I should have run. But instead, I pulled my gun. I lost all I can lose, falling down off a mountain of blues. Hey, hey. I can feel your body when I'm lying in my bed. Too much confusion go round through my head, and it makes me feel so angry. Know that the flame still burns. Why can't I get over? When will I ever learn of love? Oh Lord, leave me alone. Just go home. I can see your face, but I know it just ain't real. Just another illusion caused by how I used to feel, and it makes me feel so angry. Know that the flame will always burn. I'm never gonna get over it. I know I never learn of love. Oh Lord, leave me alone, child. Just going home, going home. I can see your face, but I know it just ain't real. Just another illusion caused by how I used to feel, and it makes me feel so angry. Know that the flame will always burn. I ain't never gonna get over it. I know I never learn of love. Oh Lord, leave me alone, child.
If I had money, I'd buy those people a place to stay. If I had money, I'd buy those people a place to stay. But all I got is a dime, and I got so little time. If I had faith, I'd get down on my knees. If I had faith, oh, I'd get down on my knees. But all I got is bad religion, and I got nowhere to pray. clean up the whole mess. If I had magic, I'd clean up that awful mess. But I'm just a working man, and I'm hoping for the best. If I had money, let me tell you a story about a little girl I know. When she walks into a room, you know she steals the show. She's crazy. And it's more than I can stand. I'm just crazy about that woman. And she's just crazy about this man. She wakes me every morning with that tender loving touch. Some fools don't get enough, but she just loves me too much. She's crazy. And it's more than I can stand. I'm just crazy about that woman. And she's just crazy about this man. Now sing, baby, right now. wants me round when I just ain't got no time. But you know she's got these little ways to make me wanna change my mind. She's crazy. And it's more than I can stand. I'm just crazy about that woman, and she's just crazy about this man. It's a lonely world. Everybody tries to hide. It's a lonely world. Everybody tries to hide. But you're all alone. All you do is fight. People live their lives with a rule to satisfy.
Welcome back. Hope the lunch was yummy. So once again, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Anuluwakpo Muyo Ajala, and I'm the Business Development Manager at the Energy Institute Africa. And it's an honor to be here today. I will be going right into the next session for the day, which is Disrupting the Gender Gap, Embracing Allyship and Sponsorship in the Modern Workplace. So we'll be calling to the stage today the moderator for this session, or rather the host for the session, which is Mrs. Rolake Akinkugbe Filani. She's an energy and infrastructure executive. Please, let's give her a round of applause. You're welcome, ma. Thank you so much. Yes, ma.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a good lunch. I'm delighted to be moderating this very interesting discussion. The rest of the day is really going to be about gender. And you're in for a fabulous ride because we're going to be ending with a fireside debate. An actual debate. But before we get into that, we're going to have a panel discussion, and I'd like to call up the panelists. The panel discussion will be preceded by a short keynote by Georgina Worrell of Powerful Women. But our panelists in-house today are Ibiene Okeleke, MD of the Energy Training Center. A round of applause for her as she comes.
Then we have Ola Williams, Director of Energy Africa at the UK DBT. Another round of applause for her. We also have Mr. Chikeze Nwosu, GCEO of HSI Energy Resources. A round of applause for him, a very courageous man on this stage. Yeah. So I'm just going to do a technical check to see if we have Georgina Worrell, Head of Powerful Women UK, online. She's on. Maybe we can zoom into her. There she is. Hello. Okay. Hello? Yeah. As has been mentioned, is disrupting the gender gap, embracing allyship and sponsorship in the modern workplace. I'm not going to say too much about this because I think Georgina is going to set the context very nicely for us. And after her 15-minute keynote, we'll then move into the panel discussion. Thank you. So over to you, Georgina. Yes, and yes, we can. Thank you. Thank you very much, Georgina. That was really a great context setting. And, you know, I can personally vouch for the Powerful Women Network. I had the opportunity to speak at one of their events last year in London at International Energy Week. And they are quite a formidable network doing amazing things around the UK and bringing more women into the workforce and helping to retain women and support their career advancement. So we'll be getting back to you during the course of the panel discussion as we progress. Thank you again, Georgina. Okay, so now we want to go into the panel discussion. And there are two particular terms that maybe not necessarily everybody in this room may be familiar with. And I just thought one of the really important things to do is to give a, what I would call bog standard definition of each of these two terms. The first one refers to sponsorship, and the second one refers to allyship. I think in our society, we often think about sponsorship in the context of monetary value, right? Making a financial contribution. I remember the first time I came across the concept of sponsorship from a career organizational perspective, I thought, this act has actually been going on for a very long time, but nobody has really defined it. Well, a definition for sponsorship in the career context is somebody who elevates your visibility at work, places you in new roles, ensures you get credit, and more importantly, defends you in your absence. So they vouch for you when you're not in the room. Winning a sponsor is not a straightforward process, but there are steps you can take that will help. And I guess we'll get into that in a bit more detail. And then the second term to define is allyship. What does it mean to be an ally in the workplace? Allyship in the workplace means using your personal privilege to support colleagues from historically marginalized communities. And a key important trait here is that the ally is not part of the marginalized community. Marginalized sounds extreme. It could be excluded communities that are typically on the margin. So in our context, it could be youth, gender, children, whatever you want to define that as. Allies wield their influence to amplify the voices and elevate the employee experience of their underrepresented co-workers. So I hope there you can see the connection between the two. So my very first question on the panel is going to go to you, Ibiene Okeleke, MD of Energy Training Center. Which do you consider more critical for closing the gender gap, sponsorship or allyship, and particularly in our local context?
I would say both, but I would put a higher percentage to sponsorship. Because why would I say that? Looking at where we are today in our gender gap, if we want to talk about the energy sector, because in the financial service sector, they've done quite a lot in bridging the gap. And when I'm saying bridging the gap, I'm talking about our leadership roles, or from middle management to leadership roles. Because in the career pyramid, you usually have women at that stage. But where we have these issues are from the middle management to the top. So I would lean more to sponsorship, because if you look at where we are today and bridging that gap, sponsorship will do a better job, meaning women are already marginalized, that their biases, thinking they can't do a lot of these technical rules, they may not be able to do this. So you need that voice of a sponsor. And the reason why I would lean more to, another reason why I would lean more to sponsorship is because when you are acting as a sponsor, you're actually speaking for somebody that you are so sure is capable of delivering in that role. So a sponsor usually is ready to, and when you don't have people sponsoring people, you will never, because typically, I mean, in my old life, I had done the human resources and I've headed HR for almost 20 years of my careers. And I know that when you're doing career conversations, a lot of these hot conversations go on, and there's just nobody speaking for some people. But a good sponsor will speak for women to get into that role. So I would see sponsorship doing a better job than allyship, because sponsorship is actually stronger than allyship.
Yeah, thank you. And the point must be made that your sponsor can actually be a woman as well. So that's another key difference. So, Georgina, one of the things I wanted to ask you, you know, in the UK context and in some other Western countries, corporates and organizations actually have corporate practices around sponsorship. It's actually a very formal thing, the way we do mentorship here. Can you perhaps shed a bit more light on some of the examples of how that is done, or bring some of your experience to bear on this? Can we get some volume? Much for that. So, Ola, I want to come to you. You work for a UK government department, business and trade, I believe, yes. And so, in your career evolution, how have some of these concepts or practices actually aided your growth, if at all? Can you perhaps shed a bit of light?
Okay, can you hear me? So I know that Iviana has talked about sponsorship, but I must be truthful that I've benefited from allyship much more than sponsorship. And what I noticed when I started to climb the ladder was that with sponsorship, we had limited numbers, but with allyship, there are many more names thrown into the mix. So I'll explain. How did I build my allyship? Let's start with that. And that was recognizing everyone across the pyramid. So I didn't just look at top management to build allies. I actually looked at every step of that pyramid. And then, sorry, I'm spiritual. So of course I prayed and I asked God, guide me to choose who should be my allies. Even down from reception of OAB, which is our office in London, who should be my ally? And then I started to build that relationship. Now, the thing about allyship is it's a two-way thing. You have to service it whilst they also service that relationship. So for me, what I did with that was I started to build these relationships. I started to put myself forward, helping them with what they would need, trying to imagine what they will need, and then using them for data gathering. Now, when I say data gathering, it's where is my organization going to be in the next 2 years? What are the plans? And what I did with that is try to position myself and start to do the work so that when those opportunities come, they can say, oh, but there's someone who's done that. So again, if you're looking at the root of allyship, you also have to do the work. You have to make yourself available for these allies, even from the bottom of the pyramid all the way to the top. So I've benefited more. And allyship has really, really helped me. And it's actually led me to where I am, of course, with my spiritual journey.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you make a really good point there about thinking horizontally as well, not just looking at more senior, more experienced people, but at your peers and even to your subordinates if you want. So can I just ask you, what would be the characteristic of an ally? What are some of the specific things one should look out for if you want to build an ally in the workplace? What would you recommend?
So if you want to be an ally, you have to look at your organization. And Rolake mentioned something earlier. It's not just men, it's women. And I understand the nuances around the relationship between men and women, especially when the man is at the top and you are lower, and office gossips and things like that. But you need to understand that you need these relationships. There is a difference between bootlicking and allyship. So again, people think being an ally is, oh, I have to, like, pardon me, kiss ass. No. Building this relationship, understanding, looking at people, and then again, you have to look at people that share the same values as you. So that's the first thing I did. I looked for people around my organization that shared the same values as me. I looked at people that I've seen that they've also benefited in some way, you know, through mentorship, sponsorship, allyship, because they understand the need to pay it forward, right? And the third thing is, are these people influential? Now, there are different levels of influences. It's not just someone who gets into the ears of the boss. It's who can speak to the person that's going to open that door, who can speak to the person that is moderating that session that day where they are going to discuss this opportunity. So again, these are some of the nuances that you must look at when it comes to you picking and selecting an ally.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify that in the context of what we're discussing, allyship, we're actually referring specifically to male, female allies in this context. And then sponsorship, we're saying anybody can be a sponsor. So that's what we're, in that context, that's what we're discussing. But thanks for those practical examples. So I want to come to Mr. Chikeze Nwosu now. And my question for you is, do you believe that the Nigerian oil and gas sector is actually fully ready to embrace the concept of allyship, which will mean potentially disrupting the old boys club? I know we're going to debate debate that later. And on top of that, what is your role of understanding of being a sponsor in the modern workplace? And have you sponsored people in the modern workplace? Thank you.
So thank you very much. I'll leave that old boys club conversation to the debates so that I don't let out some of my points, yes, and secrets. Yeah? Now, in actual fact, the way I think about sponsorship and allyship is transitional. It's been transitional in my career. In the early stages of my career, where I didn't have significant privilege, let me put it that way, I was more of a sponsor for gender issues. Now, and I will explain why that transition to where you have privilege, it's important that you have started off very early in your career being a sponsor for gender issues, because that prepares you for the role of being an ally for gender issues. Because the allyship, like you just mentioned, as we're discussing it now, means that you are not part of that impacted population. You're outside that impacted population. Now, in terms of, and I kind of agree with the two previous speakers and the three previous speakers that both of them are equally important. Yeah, but like I said, it depends on what stage you are in your career. Now, in terms of sponsorship, a sponsor should be prepared to take a career risk themselves, because maybe they don't have privilege at that time. See? Now, by the time you have privilege, you're not really taking that much of a risk. I'll answer that sponsorship one by giving you an example so that I can place it properly. When I was in Shell, I realized that in my skill pool, which was petrophysics, I was the chief petrophysicist, that there were a lot more men at very senior levels than there were women. And there was one particular lady. In actual fact, there were two. One was more senior, but let me focus on the particular lady who was a lot more junior. She was not as outspoken or visible. Shell had that word, visibility. And because of that, it was assumed she was not good at what she was doing. Now, when I became the chief petrophysicist, I sat down with her. That's not even a privileged position, let me be clear. Yeah, because it's still, I'm not a manager. As chief petrophysicist, you're not even a manager. Yeah, so I sat down with her and looked at the work she was doing. And I realized that she was really quite good at what she was doing. But she didn't know how to promote the work she was doing. Okay? So my key role there was not to start by announcing that this lady is excellent, but to show her how to promote the work she does. That's the guidance she needed. Yeah? Because just like Ibiane said, they are excellent people, but they don't know how to promote their work. So how did I start doing that? I decided that within, it had to be a step change. If she did all the normal things that all the men were doing in the organization, it wouldn't make a difference, quite honestly. It had to be something exceptional. So what I then did was I connected her up to one of the top petrophysicists in the Shell group. And I said, he's been working on some research, a special research project, which is on carbonates. While in Nigeria here, we are dealing mostly with siliciclastics and turbidites. I said, can you find out how to extend this marvelous project, yeah, from the carbonate world into the clastic world? And she did that. She worked with the guy. She started working. So this was not her day-to-day work. She was doing her day-to-day work, which was not gaining very much recognition, but this was specialized. And then there was a conference, a Shell International conference, and she had done a lot of this work, and I knew she was doing this work because regularly would have meetings, and I'd keep finding out what the progress of the work was. Now they wanted the most senior people to go for this conference, chief petrophysicist, so I would appear in the conference, and Shell was not prepared to sponsor too many people. Now, that's why the second part of sponsorship, the sponsor must be ready to take a career risk. Because what I then decided was that she was going to go to this conference. She was going to present this work. And people were saying to me, no, we need to show our best people. So I supposedly was going to take her work and go and present it at the conference. I said, no. She's going to present the work at the conference herself. All the other people went, the chiefs all went out. I didn't go. I sent the lady. Guess what? Shell International, she won first prize in that conference. That is, and after that, I didn't need to do anything more because she had spoken for herself. So suddenly she became a star. Suddenly she was a subject matter expert. Suddenly she was on cross-posting. And this was somebody that had been left aside in the organization. That is the kind of thing that sponsorship does when you don't have privilege. You can help to support somebody, take a career risk on behalf of somebody, yeah, and help them promote the work that they're doing. I'll talk about allyship next, but let me just rest it there and we'll come back to
really great example there. Thank you very much for being so practical. And I've always thought that with sponsorship, you're taking a risk. You're staking your reputation because she could have, it could have gone the opposite way. And then the next time you try to put somebody forward, they'll be like, beware of Mr. Chike's people. They're not very good. So it really means you're taking a risk. You see something other people don't. And Georgina, maybe you can just speak a bit to that in terms of some of the challenges there might be in sponsoring and staking your neck out for somebody for whose journey or career you may not be so familiar with. Some people would say sponsorship comes with relationship, but you may not always have the luxury of time to build that relationship. So what would you say about that, staking your career or your reputation rather on sponsoring someone? For Georgina to come back on, I'll come to you, Ibiene. And, oh, she's back on. So Ibene, my question to you is advice around for women who might be seeking career sponsors. We're now looking at it from the perspective of the sponsoree, if you like. What sort of advice would you give career women who are seeking a sponsor?
Okay, thank you for the question, and I think I was so delighted with the comments that Ola Gay shared and Chike, because it put a lot of context. And when you're talking about sponsorship or allyship, it's important to understand the culture of the organization that you work in, because in some organizations allyship may work better, and in another organization sponsorship could work. Then we can't talk about sponsorship and allyship without bringing in mentoring. So that's why most times when you do a lot of reading or whatever, it's always the three go together, but we're bringing up two today. So when you talk about what does the sponsoree now have to do, so the reason why I'm saying that is, for instance, mentoring, because when we listened to the presentation that she made, she said even the reverse mentoring, because sometimes if you have a structured mentoring process in your organization, in the course of doing that, this is when you get to see your mentees and you know that this person is, because you've spent time mentoring this person, and you automatically become their sponsor, when you see if you're in privileged positions and all of that. So for the sponsoring, and even if you don't have mentoring program in your organization, you really have to be intentional about career path. And we heard when Ola talked about her career, she was very intentional in charting her career path. you know, because in the old days, people trusted the organization to chart their career, but today you are in charge of charting your career, so you have to be intentional. And if you know that in your organization that sponsoring works, you really need to sort of look out for those people or showcase yourself. Let people know that you can deliver on this job. And also, you may even have to bring in a little bit of allyship, you know, just going to know where you need this. For instance, where in organizations that I have worked, where I know that maybe somebody may need to speak for you and you really need to progress your career, you really need to look for those kinds of people. And it doesn't matter if it's you're a younger lady in your career and it's an older man or a woman. It really doesn't matter. You know, you can't have that idea that, oh, if I go to a man, it will look like I'm happy. You just really need to come up and present yourself as being able to do the work or needing that mentoring support to sort of position you right to get into this. That's just this is sharing from what I've seen, more like.
Thank you. And what I hear you say that, you know, sponsorship is almost another level of mentorship. Usually you might start off in a mentoring relationship, and after you've built that over time and you've tested the waters, you can become a sponsor. So, Ola, my question really is around, you know, looking at the energy sector, you know, across the different parts of the value chain. Because it's an industry that naturally relies heavily on collaboration and partnerships, whether it's joint ventures, one should just assume there's a natural ethos of partnership. Do we really need to start defining specific things and concepts? Because many of these things already happen organically. And so the level of intentionality, deliberate and intentional, they have programs, they have monitoring, they have feedback sessions. Can you talk to us about some of the benefits of being very intentional and not seeing women's numbers dwindle right at the top of the career food chain?
Thank you. So you talked about being intentional, and Ibiene said it, she coined it rightly, which is you don't assume, even if your organization has, you know, the way from point A to B and the steps that they do any form of sponsorship structure. So the good thing about structure, again, is it helps you understand what is happening where. So what I'm doing is coming to the micro level so you really understand how you build that structure. Every partnership, every joint venture, any form of allyship actually needs a structure. Now, they're informal structures, and you can have an informal structure without being inside to have like a formal sign-in. It may be a chat, but then that chat has to say who does what, right? What do you bring to the table? What do I bring to the table? You mentioned the UK government and the way we seem to have like the level of structure. So again, it just goes to show you what works. But I'm going to speak informally because everyone knows what happens formally, right? It's on the internet. But then how do you do this informally? It's having a chat. It's using your network. Now, I'm one to say use your network. I haven't really used my network, so I preach it, but I don't do it. But I'm trying to do it because the truth is you will find out that your progress may be slower if you're not using your network. And it's not just using that network, it's that network using you. And I think that's the thing everyone is preaching, is use your network. No one is telling you what it will require from you to service your partnerships, to service your friendship, to service your network. You have to do that work. So again, the UK government, every of these programs that we have also requires you to do your bits. So no mentor, nobody, no departmental relationship head is going to come to you. You have to go there to say, this is the progress. What are the next action points? Oh, I've looked at the structure and this is what is missing. Is it okay if I'm flexible, if we can be flexible to put this in just for me informally? And they will do that for you. So again, I always say you have to service informal while you're servicing formal and look into informal. Informal relationships do a great deal. Because again, you may be looking at formal relationships and they are really tied up. Everyone is busy, right? But you see those informal chats, they get you into doors that formal chats can't get you into.
Yeah, And again, you're touching on some of the things related to the Old Boys Network, which we're trying to, where we keep coming back to some of these. So I guess the final question for the panel before we open it up to Q&A is going to go to you, Mr. Nwosu. You know, one of the things that year after year, all our women's panels talk about gender equity, gender closing the gap, SDG 5, I believe, is we talk about women in politics and business, but yet somehow we're not hitting these numbers. And it occurred to me that women, we can't do this by ourselves. That's the reality. If you look at those who hold swaying leadership positions, it's still a man's world. And that's just the reality we face now, but we want to change that. So my question to you is, how can men like yourself in business better support and be stronger advocates for women's leadership in the energy sector? We want practical, tangible points.
Thank you very much. This is now the discussion about allyship. Yeah? Because let me make that distinction clearly. A man, the only person that can be an ally for a female gender issue is a man. Because it's not part of that population. Yeah? The woman cannot be an ally. No.
I see you have an ally in the audience.
So let me just, briefly talk about, if there's anything I take away from these discussions about ally, it's simply that, where this thing, A-L-L-Y. What does it mean? And there are a lot of definitions around it. A is always center on the impacted. Yeah? So that means your focus as an ally should be, if it's a gender thing, on those that are impacted, not yourself. It's not about you. It's about the gender. So it's about women. That's the focus. The second one is to listen and learn from those who live in that space. Yeah? It is a continuous learning process. And I'm going to give practical example. It is a continuous learning process. It's a life cycle process. All these biases that you have, there is no single man that does not have a bias against gender. None. Yeah? It's whether it is conscious or unconscious. Mostly, men who are he to she have gone beyond the conscious biases. So those who are allies have gone beyond the conscious biases. But there will still be unconscious biases. And that's why I say it's a continuous learning process. I'll give you an example. I've got a daughter. Yeah? And, everybody says, oh, he's always promoting women in the industry and the workplace. And then my daughter was saying something to me one day about, something that she won. And her boss was going to take her out for a special dinner. I said, keep me informed about where you're going. Now, yes, her male boss. Now, you see, then my daughter said, what do you mean by that? Because she's one of these British kids. What do you mean by that? And I then started apologizing. Because it was my daughter. Unconsciously, I felt that it's not good, though, to be going out with your male boss. You see where I'm going? So that's why it's a continuous learning process. Listen and learn. Then leverage your privilege. You cannot be an ally in a privilege, because an ally requires that you are in a privileged position. And I'll give some examples. You cannot be in a privileged position and not leverage that privilege. Let me give you some examples. Society of Petroleum Engineers. It's not just about the workplace. Society of Petroleum Engineers. I was council chairman. Prof was Africa Regional Director. And both of us are renowned he for she. And yet SPE in its 40 plus years, SPE Nigerian Council had not one woman as council chair. Not one. Yeah? Yet. Not one. And yet, not one. And you can't even have discussed African Regional Director, because there was no woman we thought had passed through that process to be senior enough. But between myself and Prof, we went and discovered a young lady who had all the potential, and she's now African Regional Director. That means she's the most senior person in SPE. That's about leveraging privilege. Because irrespective of whether the Society of Petroleum Engineers liked it or not, Prof and myself were privileged. We're members of the SPE BOT. Prof, what do you say? And it was that this thing that we leveraged to do it. We also leveraged it to make sure that the next council chair after the current person is a woman. This is what I talk about. You talked about intentional. These are examples of being intentional, even in professional organizations. Now, in the company where I come from, and I'm now going to talk about life cycle. There's a last part of that allyship, which is yield the floor. It cannot be always about what you think you're doing. Because if you personalize allyship too much, you make enemies. There are men in organizations that will never agree with you that women should have equal opportunities with men in those organizations. But once you start proving your point, don't continue overstressing it. Yield the floor and let the women then demonstrate the value, the strategic imperative for having women in the workplace. Now, the things you do when you're privileged. The company I was working for, there's a board director here, and he knows what I did. You start from Catch Them Young, STEM. Girls in STEM, we sponsored girls in STEM with Schlumberger to make sure they had an opportunity to do their internships. Then in our hiring practices, we start from where do you get the population of people that you're hiring? Our rule was that for any position that we're hiring, one, the job description had to be gender neutral. You cannot have a job description that implies that it's only male that can do it. So you have to be very careful and make sure that there's nothing inferred in those job descriptions that make women not to want to apply for the job. I can give examples of that later on. Then in hiring, in the pool of people you're recruiting, you make sure that you have at least half of the people that you're interviewing as women. When your human resources comes back to me, when they came back to me and said, we can't find the women, I go to LinkedIn and find the women for them. I call Augustine and find the women for them because the women are there. Now, by making sure that you have an equal pool of men and women, you then don't allow that bias in the interview. If you have 9 men and 1 woman, the likelihood that that woman would be the person you hire is very low. But if you have 5 men and 5 women in an interview pool, let them compete. So that's at the entry stage. And when you're interviewing, make sure that it's a balanced panel. Don't go and bring all these bald-headed men into the interview panel. Sorry, I said, men, you people are going to suffer today. When they come into the organization, make sure that your organization is gender conscious. Now, a lot of men will say you're advantaging the women, but I'm saying that those policies also apply to the men. So when you relax policies like working from home or flexible working and everything, you're not going to say it applies only, even if women are the major beneficiaries, it also benefits the men. Yeah? So you can put in those policies. I call them family policies, family-oriented policies, so that people will not say it's only for women or it's only for men. It applies equally. Cross-postings, make sure that is balanced as well. Succession planning. We made sure that for every senior position we had, there was at least 1 woman who was identified as a possible success for that role. And then we had an ally on the board. Now, when I'm saying an ally on the board, is a reverse allyship now. On the board was a woman who was supporting me as a man. He knows what I'm talking about. Yeah? And so although I was driving a gender diversity thing as an ally, I had somebody who was even more privileged than me that was driving me to make sure I drove that process as well. Understood. Okay? So that is the entire process that you have to go through for us to crack this problem within our oil and gas industry.
Fantastic. Can you just give us that acronym again? Just read off the lines.
Ally, always center the impacted. L, listen and learn from those who live in oppression. L, leverage your privilege. And Y, yield the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very insightful. Thank you so much. So can we do a bit of Q&A now? Maybe we have about 10 minutes for Q&A. Questions for Georgina or any of the panelists in the room, please. Who would like to go first? Yes, there's a hand in the back.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll stand on the existing protocol. Mine is both a question.
Could you please introduce yourself?
Okay, I'm sorry. My name is Asanimo Umezi. I'm the Executive Secretary of Women in Energy Network. And a lot of my people are on the panel. I'd like you to know that. Okay, so this is really to Ola. And it's, for me, I see a very thin line between allyship and kiss my ass. So the question I would like you to answer for me, in your experience, how did you manage that? Because it's a deterrent for a lot of women because of the impression that the world has about male allyship. So I would like you to just give us more on your success story and a guide for the younger ones, and also for the older ones, because I don't think allyship has an end. It's a continuous process, like Chike has said. It's a constant improvement process, and everybody has a role to play in it. So I just wanted to throw more light on your experience, because it's really an issue, and it's a deterrent for a lot of young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have 2 responses because I wanted to situate it in cultural context. So maybe, Georgina, if you're online, you could respond to that. I can try to paraphrase if you didn't hear the question. Can we actually see Georgina's visuals? Georgina, did you get that question? Yes, sure. It was really around managing the perception in the context, for instance, being a woman who then goes to approach a man, and how you manage the perception so that it's not misinterpreted as something else. I'm going to ask you, Bianette, to also please respond to that.
Kind of understand what Asanimo, and I sort of delved into it slightly. And the reason why the way she presented the question was, it may not go well for some of the female people, and they may say, even if there's nothing going on between myself and people would see it that way, and I can't handle it. Even in our culture, for a married woman, it may not even be so good. So how do you deal with it? Because that's a reality, and we have to deal with it. So the point, like I said earlier on, you have to understand, I think that's what a lot of us have said. You have to understand the culture of your organization, 1. 2, how important is allyship going to take you to the next level in your career or make you progress in that organization? Apart from even this, seeing it as maybe bomb leaking or ass leaking, it's a constant for a woman. I mean, you just have to know how to deal with it, manage it, and I believe and perceive that if that organization may have a very good whistleblowing policy or a culture where people don't tend to look too much about employee issues, it may not really come to play. So I think it depends on the culture, but if I were to answer the question, I'll deal with it. It is what I need to take to the next level of my career. I'll do it.
But doesn't this just reinforce the point about institutionalization? So if you formalize something and bring it into the entire consciousness of the organization, it's no longer strange. That way, HR or the leaders are speaking. In fact, you're even publicizing the partnerships, like the way you have mentorships. Do you think that could be a way of managing perceptions?
Even in some organizations where mentorship is more popular and has been formalized rather than even allyship and sponsorship, you still have those issues where if you have a male mentor and the female mentor is like, I have a female mentee, you know, it's still a cultural issue. And you're correct if it's institutionalized and put in there. But it doesn't take away a lot of those things. Trust me.
Okay.
It's a cultural issue.
Yes, please. Who would you like to go first? You go first and then.
When I was talking about like allyship, I talked about values. You can't work with people and not understand them. People talk, right? So you know what to take. You take some. It's not everything. Of course, there is something called gossip. But again, aligning your values to the people that you want to be allies with, it's a really, really key element, really. So if you're hearing gossip about a guy that, you know, his ways are not as pure, you don't want that person as your ally, because give or take, you may fall into that rabbit hole, right? So for me, what did I do? I will tell you. You asked for practical examples. I looked for people with the same values, and organizational culture is very, very key. It's very critical in this situation. I look for people with the right values that I had. And then the difference between us kissing and allyship is you are doing your work. You're not waiting for them to tell you what to do. You are reaching out to other people that work with them to work also. You're working outside of your department. People are seeing the results of that partnership or that allyship that you have. So it's not that person telling you, oh, this dinner is here, you go to that dinner. No, it's you working outside of hours. And when I say outside of hours, outside of your core remit in promoting, working, contributing to any form of strategic policy, strategic work, anything outside of your comfort zone. People see that you're working. Everyone can see that the result of that allyship. So it's not a secret friendship. It's not you being everywhere with that person. In fact, you will never catch me with my allies. You would not see me walking in the office. You won't see me nodding my head every time they are talking or clapping or no. Because I respect myself as a professional, and it's a professional relationship. So always put the word professional first before your hungry ambitions.
Thank you. Very well said. Very well said. Mr. Nwosu,
Okay. That is brilliant. And then I'll say something about both the person who is being supported by the ally and the ally themselves. You know the why there, what it means is very critical. Yield the floor. If you're an ally, you're not there constantly visible in that role. She made that point. The person that you are supporting through your allyship must be able to demonstrate that they are as good as you say they are on their own. It is ass licking where you're always there. You never yield the floor. Yeah? Whenever her topic comes up, you're right in front. That is where people start suspecting things. In actual fact, as an ally, you can be one of the most critical people about that person. Yeah? Critical for a reason, not just critical just out of any reason. If something goes wrong, you can be positively critical about the person. You have to do this better. And then when the organization sees that you are providing both support and that challenge to the person, and the person is taking it up. Because it doesn't mean everybody that you're an ally with will do well. You can be an ally with somebody, you're using your privilege, and that person is just simply just doing bad. Then you have to draw back. But even when the person is doing well, and especially when the person is doing well, you have to learn to yield the floor.
Great points. I think the summary of the responses so far is really just being a self-starter, doing the work, and maybe organizations clearly communicating expectations around those sorts of, I guess, professional relationships as well would work. Thank you very much. Do we have time for one or two more questions? Yes. Who would like to ask the question?
So there was a post again on LinkedIn about a gentleman asking another man that what is it like, asking a woman, literally just like roll like hair, and imagine both of you just together, and said, what is it like to be a woman in today's workplace? Before she could answer, the man explained it. So I posted it and I was saying, initially, I was like, that's allyship, right? It sounded good because it sounded like he for she. And I realized that I'm the problem because I feel there's a need for a man to speak for me. So the comments I'm putting out here has to be yielding, like you said. Finding your own voice, understanding how to articulate what you're thinking. And when I started reading comments from that thing, I was the only one, by the way, that 4 of us said, yes, that's a he for she. Everybody else understood it was wrong. But I also then realized that this is come back to what we're talking about with culture, where something in my mind is telling me I must small myself, and the man should, And then I realized that even the words that the gentleman is probably saying, apart from the fact that he hasn't lived it, it doesn't help. Final comment. I think we women also are not speaking enough about our experiences. First time I heard about a word called queenagers. is a session I'm running tomorrow. Yes, I'm leaving tomorrow, but I'm Wednesday, sorry, in London, and it's called Queenagers. And I asked, what is Queenagers? And they were looking at me like, Yewande, how can you not know what Queenagers are? Women that are above the age of, let's just say 50, already experiencing women-related things. These are other things. Menopause, for example. I don't know if I've been to a stage in Nigeria where we're talking about women and talking about issues like menopause. But it's okay. This is the real things that's happening to us. Talking about having children and obviously going back into the family life, but still working and knowing that there are creative ways to come back into industry and still excel. We need to talk about that. That is us allyshiping ourselves. And it was really weird. I had to realize that even when we're in the leadership position as women, we're focused at getting our work done and completely forgetting about the younger ones. And then we're coming and saying, men, you need to do better. They need to see us do better for them to do better. Comments?
Thank you very much. Very well said, Yewande. Thanks for offering those perspectives. Yes. We have a question here in front, please.
We have all seen the effects of globalization, how different cultures have been influencing other cultures. I have noticed that the context of this conversation has been limited to a bipolar gender world. But the reality is that we live in a multipolar gender world. Can you expand that discussion, especially allyship, to recognize the fact that we live in a society where we have more than two genders?
No problem. Thank you very much. So, Georgina, I'd like to ask you to please maybe talk about allyship in the context of non-binary. I think that's the word. Non-binary genders. Very important one, actually having conversations and active listening. And the important point to bear in mind, as you had said, is a lot of these issues are intersectional. So in our society here as well, there's also ageism that goes both ways. So if you're a woman, for instance, and if you're a much younger woman, there's even another layer. If you're working in the Western world, it might be race plus gender plus age all coming together. So I think it's quite important that these conversations are had. And there are other more subtle forms of exclusion and marginalization that may be defined around other types of parameters. And I think we can do a better job in organizations of actually being very self-aware of this issue. So thank you very much for raising that. I don't know if anybody else wanted to speak to what he said here on the panel.
Allowing us to dodge that question.
No, nobody else wants to. On what he raised about multipolar. Okay, all right. But I think it's a very important point that was made. Yes, indeed. One more question, and then we can wrap up the panel. Okay, well, I had a question. Oh, we have a question here. All right, thank you.
Okay, hi, my name is Colin. So, after listening to the discussions and everything that's been said, to become an ally, what are the necessary steps? If I was someone that was overlooking or not noticing some of these biases at work, what are the necessary steps, or what are the particular things that should be pertinent to now, just so that I can, be more observant or help?
Thank you. I just wanted to offer one suggestion before I yield the floor. And, we call unconscious bias unconscious because you're not even aware it's there. And one of the things that organizations are doing more and more now is actually unconscious bias training, because like he mentioned, we all have biases, and he mentioned that men have biases. So I think that's a very practical step to actually put yourself in the spotlight and say, do I have any unconscious biases, and how can I be aware of them and start to deal with them that way? So that's the first step for you. Would you like to also respond to that? Yeah.
I'm not sure I can add much more to that. The first part is a learning process of understanding both your conscious and your unconscious biases. You have to, it's within you. You've got to be introspective and learn about why you react to certain things about gender the way you react to them. As you learn, it becomes very apparent to you why you should be an ally.
Okay, thank you very much. Georgina, I don't know if you have any responses to that. Actually looking for networks to join and be an ally to. That's a good one. My question was going to be on practical steps, so I think your question kind of answers that, but I don't know if we could all share some practical tips before we wrap up, maybe starting with you, Ola, then we'll go to Ibiene, Georgina, and finish with Chikeze.
Okay, so practical steps. I think I've mentioned some already, but then again, it's understanding your values. Your values will define where you find yourself, really. Understanding your values, understanding your organization, that really helps you. Having chat, understanding what your organization's policies are and the inner workings of your organization, that really, really helps you. The final thing that I will say is you need to map out where you find yourself in the next 5, 10, 15 years, and that will help you determine if you need to stay in the organization where you are. Because if you don't even understand where you'd like to see yourself in 5 years, your organization will do to you what they've done to others. But if you understand where you're going, you're able to map out. If your organization has the requisites of all the things that will help you, that enabling environment to build, or if you then be the champion of that within your organization.
Thank you very much, Ibiene.
Pretty much what she said, but I not just to add to what his question, because I'm going to make a comment after, if I was going to be allowed. I think to get this whole thing about getting more women at the higher level in terms of ratios, we should not assume that a lot of organizations have these practices in place, and that is where the real challenge lies. In Nigeria, because I know you don't have a lot of organizations in the energy industry having formal policies or mentoring, which is even so popular. They are talking about sponsorship, allyship, things like that, how to get this. And because when Chike was responding, this is a deviation from the question, sorry, but when he was talking about it working, if the pipeline of the women isn't fed from the bottom, you may have those, you may be a sponsor, and you're just looking. There's nobody to sponsor. So that's a real challenge. And I don't know, it's not Energy Institute's role to do, but that has to be done by organizations that want to solve these problems. They have to be intentional in putting the right policies. But in response to his question, I think the same responses that Ola give would work for me.
Yeah, great point. Thank you very much. Georgina, final passing words. Much. Chikeze.
Mine is around ask yourself certain questions when you are thinking of joining an organization and when you're within the organization. Typically what I would say is that go and take a look at the organizational profile. Look at the board, look at the executive management. If there are no women there, that's not the right organization.
Should you not be the first woman there?
Hold on. I'm saying when you want to join. Because at that stage, you can't champion very much in the organization. When you are within the organization, then you can champion some of those courses, especially as you continue to grow in your career and you get to a place of privilege. But quite honestly, if my daughter comes to me and says this is a company she wants to join, I go and take a look at who is in the company, how are women represented in the company, in all roles. Not just looking that, oh, there's an HR person here, there's a legal counsel there, because a lot of companies have that. I want to see women in strong functional positions, technical, in the oil and gas industry, in technical positions. That is what tells you that those companies already have, whether formally or informally within the organizations, some kind of structure that is sensitive to gender as well, and gender growth.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me thank this stellar panel for such a fascinating discussion. I hope you took away one or two things from it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Georgina. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move straight into the debate now. Yes. So please stay with us. It will be a very fascinating discussion. It's not a discussion, it's a debate, and we're doing it old school style. So, it's called the Old Boys Network, Time for Change, Do We Have What It Takes? The Old Boys Network is often described as an informal system in which wealthy men with similar social or educational backgrounds help each other in business or personal matters. The term originally referred to social and business connections amongst former pupils of male-only elite schools, though the term is now also used to refer to any closed system of relationships that restrict opportunities to within the group. So, in this approximately 45-minute debate, two groups of speakers will discuss whether this phenomenon is a myth or reality in the energy sector. Specifically, it will look at the impact of traditional male-dominated networks on gender inclusivity in the sector. So we have two teams here. Team one will feature Mr. Chikeze Nwosu, GCEO of HSI Energy Resources, and is Engineer Chichi Emenike. Yes, she is. Here, please come on stage. She's the head of gas ventures at Nekonde Energy Limited, OMO 42. Please give her a warm welcome. Yes. So team one are basically taking the position that the Old Boys Network should be a thing of the past and should be inclusive. On team two, which is Do We Have What It Takes? The team acknowledges the existence of old boys networks, but also argue that women should find ways to penetrate these networks. On the team, we have Mr. Zil Akarawe, CEO of Graham Black Advisory. Please come up stage, Zil. Thank you. A round of applause for him as he comes. And we also have our very own Dr. Ibilola Amao, Senior Executive Consultant at Lonadec, Lonadec Inc. So, I need to talk about the way this is going to work. Please note, this is not a panel discussion. It is intended to be fast, dynamic, and engaging with strict, and I emphasize strict timekeeping. There will be 4 rounds. Round 1 will be an introduction. Each team member will provide a 2-minute broad introduction of their position, each team member. Round 2 will be a more detailed analysis. Each team member will outline in a bit more detail why they've taken the position and may use data, facts, experience to support this position. Round 3 will be counter arguments and rejoinders. Each team member will respond directly to the opposing team's stated positions and arguments and constructively point out potential flaws or weaknesses in their arguments. And then in round 4, closing arguments, each team member will reiterate, summarize, and state their position, ending on a note that seeks to provide solutions and a recommended path forward. I must put a disclaimer. Now, the positions of these team members do not necessarily reflect their real-life positions. So that must be said. So please don't hold whatever I said here against them. We've decided to do this in the form of debate to make it interesting and dynamic. And then after that, I will wrap up. So are we ready? Yeah, so we're going to start first with the introduction. And I will start with team 1. And I'll start, and you have 2 minutes, please, each. Okay, yes.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is it sounding well? Good afternoon. So yes, my name is Engineer Chichi, and today we're here to talk about this old boys network thing. What's the old boys network? You can just define it simply as it's an informal system, all right, where you have men, and let us be clear here, men who have who are in the same class, probably went to school together, probably have the same kind of money together, and they come together, probably, like I said, on an informal level, helping themselves in life. Whether it would be to access loans or whether it would be to help, rise in careers, whatever it is, that system exists. And unfortunately, for us in a country as it is today, our country is highly patriarchal. All right, if you look at it in all terms, I mean, for a very long time, even for women to be given properties in their places, in their families, we are considered, second class. And these men have helped themselves, and this network has helped them over time. So today we're just here to talk about it. The truth is times have changed. You can't talk about energy security today without wanting to address security that must take care of women who make up for a great percentage of the population. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you. Yes, you're next.
So, just like my co-debater said, the Old Boys Network is not necessarily purposeful or malicious, but it entails establishing business relationships at these out-of-office events. And they include high-paying golf clubs. They include some special street names in Lagos. There's something called 24. And it's exclusively men who attend these events. And they can also include sporting events. The problem is that these are arenas from which women are traditionally excluded. The club is alive and well because it works for the following reasons. In these circles, critical business, resource, and association decisions are made behind closed doors. Certain candidates bypass others because of close connections with advocates. The club doesn't favor employees who simply work hard but keep their heads down. Rather, it divides those who are sponsored from those who are not. People in influential positions become sponsors when they see their young self, however dangerous, mirrored in the young men in the network. There's a double bind in this whole thing. Sponsorship seems to be the key to closing the leadership gender gap, as we just discussed. Unfortunately, the board and C-suite of most organizations are predominantly filled by men. So when you're looking for sponsors or allies at that level, you're going to look for a man. The second part of the double bind is typically women gain sponsors most effectively by promoting their own accomplishments. So there's nobody that typically is going to be pushing a woman's accomplishments for so many traditional reasons. Unfortunately, self-promotion is often considered unladylike, and women who negotiate on their own behalf are sometimes penalized. We need to break this. So the point is we need to break this network.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So now we'll go over to Team 2 introductions. Thank you very much. I'll start with Mr. Zil Akarawe.
Okay, good afternoon. I want to introduce myself and eat into my 2 minutes. The position of Team 1 is well understood. But what I would say about our position is when it comes to gender and gender equality and gender positioning, we have, as human beings, we have a predisposition to evidential falsehood. where what we observe becomes a reality when what we observe is untrue. So for example, we all stand outside and we see lightning before we hear thunder. And we all believe lightning comes first, when in actual fact they happen at the same time. We stand outside and we see the sun rise and set, while from all evidence we are not moving, and we believe it is the sun moving. So despite age-long held evidence that we all experience, they are still inherently incorrect. And so in the same vein, the belief that the woman or the female gender has any inferiority to the man, even though the evidence may seem to point in that way when you look at the gym and you look at muscle structure, but in reality there is no fact behind it anymore, because the world we live in today is almost entirely intellectual, and there is no evidence anywhere that any gender has any intellectual superiority over the other. So sitting on that and then holding on to the cultural predispositions of the agrarian society of 3,000-4,000 years ago, where you needed hoes and physical structure in order to earn a living, all those things are gone. Today we need iPads, we need keypads. We really don't need shovels. So we need to change that as quickly as we can.
Thank you very much. Right on time. Okay, a round of applause, please, for him. He's going to unpack that a bit more for us later, don't worry. Next, we'll go to the second member of Team 2, Dr. Ibilola Amao.
Thank you so much. It's been interesting listening to Team 1 and my co-panelist in Team 2. I think it's very interesting to look at what's going on in society at the moment, where intellectual capacity and digital competence gives people an edge. I do not believe that the male gender has superiority in that place. I think critical reasoning, innovative thinking, the ability to think out of the box, the ability to network, connect dots, and strategically come out with plans, processes, and strategies that would enable us to take advantage of the situation we find ourselves in a VUCA world is something we have to give ladies. I'd also say women are fantastic at multitasking. Our male folk can't do that as effectively as we can. I've worked extensively with men for over 32 years, and I've run a business for 32 years. And I must tell you that women are better in terms of multitasking, connecting dots, leveraging whatever is put in their hands, and whatever seed is placed in our hands. As having the nature and nurture advantage over men, we multiply it and we harvest bountifully whatever is placed in our hands. On that note, I'd like to say I don't see any superiority in male boys clubs, or boys clubs networks, old boys networks. I think women in energy, women networks are doing a lot, and I think it's just a matter of time before we see huge competition and better performance from us women. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very well said. Thank you. So how are we doing, Team 1 and Team 2, round 1? What do you all think? All making sense? Okay, so we're now going to go into what we call here the cocoa of the matter. So these teams will now argue in more detail for their stated positions. And I'd like to start with Team 1. Why do you think this should be a thing of the past and this network should be inclusive? I'll go over to you, Mr. Nwosu, this time.
Okay, listening to Team 2, I think they actually kind of agreed with us. There's no advantage any woman has, any man has over a woman, sorry. In actual fact, the women are, better suited to quite a number of jobs in this day and age. The question is, so why not dismantle the whole old boys network that is used to promote men, whether they are good or not? This is what the point is. That is used to promote men, whether they are good or not. Now, I can tell you that I have had FDPs signed over a bottle of beer or a glass of cognac outside the office. I have had people discuss promotions and successions of our people outside the office for male candidates that the female equivalent is better than. So the old boys network exists. It's not like thunder and lightning where there's any this thing. We know, we know the old boy network exists, and we have to dismantle it. Because with that old boys network, we are disenfranchising 51% of the population that is as good, if not better, than the men in the workforce. And there are clear statistics that show the business strategic imperative of having as much women in the workforce as men. I can show the statistics. There are Wood Mackenzie reports showing executive gender diversity by quartile and how it impacts business, executive ethnic diversity as well. So African women have two problems, ethnic and gender as well. There is one that shows improved business performance by about 47% by representing women more equally in the workplace. And there's another one, finally, that shows that there is $12 trillion which could be added to the global GDP by 2025 by closing that gender gap. The All Boys Network does not close the gender gap. It perpetuates that gender gap and needs to be destroyed.
Time. Mr. Nwosu obviously came ready. Over to you, Engineer Menike.
Okay, so I'll just back him up with some real-time figures, all right? So we go by the 2022, pardon? Yes, we go by the 2022 Global Energy Talent Index report of last year. So women make up just 42% of the global workforce. Now, and of that, you have just 22 when you come to the oil and gas sector. Now, only 5% of that make up executive members, all right? And then 14% make up top management. Then you want to worsen it, come to our country, Nigeria. So the report NATI did last year has about, I think, about 1,700 for top management positions. You won't believe in Nigeria we have only about 250 to something, slightly under 300 women you have up in that position. And he's just said something. These informal systems, they exist. So I was in the field last week for a bulk part of it, all right, in the heart of the Niger Delta on a producing asset that produces crude and gas. You won't believe I was looking out actively to really see the women, to encourage them. I spotted out only one lady, Rita, and Rita works in instrumentation. No woman anywhere there. And I kept on asking, are they trying to tell me in real terms that you mean these girls are not smart? Where are the smart girls I used to know in school? What happened to them? The truth is we're not given, so you talk about, sir, you talk about equality and equity, all right? What are we getting additionally to truly help us in the workspaces? Women know for a real fact that we are challenged in the offices. There's this bias, unspoken bias, whether you like it or not. The men sometimes just think the women are there to fill in the figures or call you to ask you for soft things. I don't want that. Okay, so I followed them to that field. I wore my shoes, I wore my boots, I wore everything, and I was all in it. The women need to be encouraged. Those tight circles, like he said, some of us can't go to clubs. We can't go to the nightclub. We can't go and be drinking cognac. So who is going to stand out for me when I'm not there drinking a bottle of beer to remember that I can get my... my
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Time. Very well said. The energy and the fire is pumping up. So we're now going to go over to Team 2, who acknowledge the existence of an old boys network, but argue that women should find ways to penetrate those networks rather than try and dismantle them altogether. So this time I'm going to start with Dr. Amao, and then I'll come to Zil. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. I'd like to stand from the position of women supporting women. I think we women sometimes do a great disservice to ourselves. Not only do we have to overcome our mindset that we're not as, or we're inferior to men, I think overcoming that mindset is fundamental. And I would not blame any old network for being an issue, because I honestly think women can actually penetrate old boys networks. I'm a beneficiary of old boys networks as a woman. Yeah, because, yes, I am a beneficiary of the old boys network. And when I was training to become a chartered engineer in England about 35 years ago, I realized that going out for drinks on a Friday afternoon with the boys is very important. Even though I was the only lady and the resident engineer, it just didn't bother me. I think a woman has to be very thick-skinned, must set her own targets and her own goals, and will be strategic about how she goes about achieving those goals. I also think emotional intelligence is very important. There's no point competing with a man, because you're never going to be a man. I believe in gender equity and not equality. I'll always give a man his respect for what he does better than me, and I will let him give me respect for what I do better than him. I think females need to learn how to leverage old boys networks, apart from having the right support system in their own women's network, while women support other women. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Okay. You've been nicknamed Mr. Thunder and Lightning, Zil. So, Zil, over to you.
So I think one of the key things we need to remember is that we're trying to break into culture. And what I've found is that we need the women to understand that breaking culture is significantly more difficult. there's a lot of strategy, and the corporate saying is culture eats strategy for breakfast. There's a lot of strategy about breaking into the network, but we don't understand that what we're dealing with is a culture. And the other thing is the culture is rooted somewhere. Luckily, this debate won't allow us going to that. It's rooted somewhere in religion, which is something else we need to vehemently change. The whole idea when women talk about men, especially when you're talking about husbands in this regard, we use the verb allow. It's a very dangerous verb. It's a verb that the women themselves need to learn to disabuse. My husband will not allow it. I'm not sure. You ask a man and the man says, I don't know if I'll allow my wife do that. It permanently puts the woman beneath the man from a cultural, psychological, and upbringing perspective, which makes it impossible that when the time comes, a woman is not going to be comfortable to step into a role that a man has left a gap in. And we need to understand that as women, we need to be comfortable stepping into those roles. Two, we also need to get rid of positive discrimination. My opponent here spoke about signing contracts over cognac in the middle of the night. That is culture. Now, I don't know how many women, or rather, let me put it this way. In positive discrimination, a man lands at the airport at 1 a.m. He has 4 members of his team he can call. 2 are men, 2 are women. Who's he going to call? He's not going to want to call the woman at 1 a.m. to come and pick him from the airport. And we call it positive discrimination, but it is discrimination nonetheless. That is part of our culture. And it is for the women to stand up and say, equality is not similarity, like my co-panelist just said. Equality is about having the freedom to have the same exposure, the same opportunities, and the same experiences. And that freedom is a freedom of choice. Give me the freedom to choose whether or not I want to go to a rig. I don't have to go to a rig to prove I'm similar to a man. Men and women are not similar, but men and women are equal, and women are the ones that have not yet broken into this belief system that we are not similar, but we should be equal in terms of all the opportunities available. And I think that's where the gap is.
Thank you very much. Wow. Wow. We have some very cerebral debaters. We have some. So we now have one more round before our closing arguments. So we're now entering round 3, which is the penultimate round before the closing arguments. Here you have a bit more time. You have 3 minutes each. So in this round, we really just want you to respond as you see fit to what has been said so far. So I'll start with you, Engineer Chichi Emenike. You heard about similarity. We don't have to pursue similarity, but we have to pursue equality, right? Is that that's something he said. So what do you make of that? He's saying that as women, we need to find ways to penetrate and break into these networks. What's your take? Thank you.
So thinking about this conversation, in reality, from the first day, when they talked to me, and I think Zil and I also agreed it somewhere there in the back. The truth is there is neither I want this conversation, okay? The truth is they're both equal sides to this, all right? We have a long way to go. That's the truth. If you want to focus on our industry in particular, you are correct, Zil, because you are correct. But what I'm arguing, what we're arguing here is that we need more members of the society, of the church, of the families, in the companies to be more deliberate about this. People need to put in place real-time processes, okay? I think just before we came up here, I heard someone saying, you know, the top management has to be accountable in some companies. So what kind of percentage do you want to give to women who have truly earned their place at a table? You don't want to favor men over women, okay, just because you are thinking, oh, well, if I have her, she's probably going to get pregnant somewhere along the way, or I can't call her in the night to come and meet me at the airport. Please give the woman the opportunity. And then you leave it to her to see whether she will meet her KPIs or not. That is my point. Because as long as we continue to do these things, the gap will continue to be there. You can't be fending for a population where women make up a great deal of the, of that population, and you can't have them on boards where they can speak. You can't have them on teams where we can, create perfect, solutions that will trickle all the way down across the value chain for us. So, like I said, it's not we want it or you want it kind of conversation. It is something that we just have to move. It's not going to happen overnight, but we need to be deliberate about it. The figures need to change. The data need to change. I think I will just drop it here for now.
Thank you very much. And you dropped it like it was hot. Thank you. Thank you. Please
so
go
let me
ahead.
hit this up a little bit more. So my, opposition people, if you think that there is any religious part of old boys networks, then you have never been part of an old boys network. It is neither a church or a mosque. The kind of things that go on there, they are not about drinking cognac and beer. I just use that as an example. It is the kind of forum that if a friend of mine from the network comes to my house, he whispers to me that, can we go, so that my wife does not hear him. So that is what goes on there. There is nothing religious about it. That is why I keep insisting it has to be dismantled. It has to be dismantled because it's corrupting, and it ensures that even the advantages that we want to bring in through Women's Network will never happen. Because, listen, when was the last time you saw a group executive director of NNPC being a woman? That's the person that will sign that contract too. When was the last time you saw GGM Napims or Newims being a woman? MD NEPL or MPDC being a woman? Commission Chief Executive, NUPRS or DPR being a woman? They're not. And yet, in these same circles, you see them every weekend. Actually, when they're coming into Lagos, they announce to you that, can we see there? That's the Old Boys Network. It has to be dismantled. Then the second one is not about equality. This conversation is about equity and not equality. I'm just correcting that. So think about what the Old Boys Network does. You see that picture of where there's a very tall guy and there's a very short guy looking over a wall at a football match or some kind of baseball match. And the tall guy can see over because all of them are standing on exactly the same level of this thing. That is equality. Equity is to bring all of them up to the same level by giving those that are disadvantaged that advantage to come up to that level. What the Old Boy, yes, okay, that, but I kept hearing equality. What the Old Boys Network does is that, you see that first picture? The Old Boys Network even adds on top of the layer on the tall guy. Yeah, and then attempts to kick away the shorter person zone. That is what the Old Boys Network does. So the Old Boys Network is a negative influence on equality, let alone equity. That's what
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I'm going to give Team 2 a chance to respond here. And Team 2, as you go and respond, let's just set up old girls networks, right? Right? No, but that was a joke. But yes, I'll give you a chance to... Zil, you'll go first this time. Zil, you go first this time, and then Dr. Mao will go. We'll do it the opposite way this time.
Okay.
Please.
The question we had, is do we have what it takes? And I think, one, it's not so much that the Old Boys Network is a religious organization. I was talking about the cultural ingraining of superiority of the male gender over the women gender that it's really hard to extract. And saying people need to is one of the issues we have. We don't identify which people need to do what. And what I'm saying is that women need to do something. Now, what women don't realize they need to do is they actually have the upper hand in dismantling this, and they are not using it. And I'll give a very quick example. Imagine you have twin children, a boy and a girl, and they are both 18 years old. And the 18-year-old comes to you at 11:30 p.m. and says, my friends are here to pick me to go out. And the girl says the same thing, my friends are here to pick me to go out. As a mother, what will you do? And that is where the Old Boys Network starts from. It is the women that teach the children to discriminate against each other in terms of gender. The other thing is, you have a 5-year-old son, twins again, and a 5-year-old daughter. And they play outside, and they trip. The girl trips the boy, and he falls and comes to his mother crying. Most mothers I know, why are you crying? Oh, my sister did this to me. And you tell him, stop crying, you're not a girl. We are teaching 5-year-olds as women. We're teaching our children that the genders are not the same thing. Now, my children are 10, 12, and 4. They've come across in their lives, between friends' houses, my house, their relatives' houses, 100 nannies. 100% of the nannies are women. And so they've grown. They don't see nannies as a gender. They see nannies as a function. So in 30 years' time, when they are sitting in a boardroom and it's time to get tea, Rolake knows this, my son would not cross his mind to offer. My daughter would resist the urge to offer. So as children, if you want to break into the old boys network, which we should, and we should dismantle, you don't start it in the workplace. By the workplace, it's too late. By the workplace, the cultural ingraining is done. You've lost that battle. The question I'm asking women is, starting from now, what are we teaching the next generation? Like Chinua Achebe said, we are not the next generation. We're not the children of the next generation. We're the parents of the next generation. And so when we're raising our children to dismantle the old boys network, the women we know have an advantage and a superiority in raising children. What are the women doing in raising the women of the next generation, where the skills required are emotional intelligence, critical thinking, leadership, flexibility, adaptability? None of those skills requires a beard. None of those skills is disadvantaged by pregnancy. None of those skills requires a penis. So what are the women teaching their daughters about this equity and equality? And I think that's where the solution lies.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Very frank, straight to the point, hard hitter. Okay, we'll go to Dr. Amao now.
Okay, thank you so much. A point of correction, I don't believe in equality, I believe in equity, and I did say that clearly. So what I would like to focus on is performance-based comparison, and we should be able to compare things qualitatively and quantitatively. So in terms of personal, professional, and career development, I think if you invest in the girl child, you will get increased performance. And then if you look at the holistic perspective of diversity in bringing creativity and out-of-the-box thinking at any point in time, you have an advantage of bringing a minority into a box. So I would always prefer to bring in a different person with a different lens to add value to a problem I'm trying to solve. So that's where I see females adding a lot of value. I also think career counseling is so important, because if you go into career counseling, industry awareness, and empowerment, enlightenment, education, engagement, and even entrepreneurship, you get more value out of women because they have cycles. We have natural cycles, and we're able to adapt, and we're very flexible about optimizing our innate talent. I think we should give women more of a chance in that area. Then I'd like to say the parents do have a very, very important role to play. I'm a beneficiary of a father who was an engineer, and he helped me as a young child because he could see I was more mathematically oriented. I like to climb trees, ride bicycles. So he basically leveraged my talent and my preferences. So I think we need to look at that. He also told me that if I could get a PhD, I mean, I would have an advantage over a lot of men. So why not go as far as a PhD as quickly as possible? So at age 20, I went for a PhD. At 23, I had a PhD. So I was able to outperform my male counterparts anyway. So I think we need the right people. Then I'm a beneficiary of a woman, engineer Dr. Mrs. Olatokunbo Shomolu, who gave me my first opportunity in NMPC as a consultant in NETCO in 1991. But ever since then, I have never had a female stand up or step up for me. It's always been men. So I just see it as there is quite a lot of synergy working for in groups and teams where diversity is important. And women, there's no point breaking down something that works. I don't think a male, an all boys network is that disastrous. If we have a better performing all girls network, and I think that's where we're really going, because the advantages of having an all girls network, and over and above having an all boys network. It's just that we started late, we're on that, but give us 10 years, I'm sure the old boys will be wanting to join our old girls network.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the close now, so I'm just going to give each panelist 1 minute to give their closing arguments. If you want to reach out across the aisle with an olive branch, please feel free to do so. So 1 minute closing arguments. I'll start with you, Engineer.
All right, quick one. So, women, and this is for women everywhere, this is the time to rise, run, and recover. All right. Well, it's not yet late, like Madam has said, so I'm reaching over now. She is correct. We may have woken up to the fact a bit late, but it's not yet late. All right. We need to come together. These are the days of collaboration. All right. There's a rhetoric that I said. Rolake, you can remember when we talked about the last time about women saying that women don't help themselves. Women will tell you, oh, they think a lot of women are hard on themselves, or women get challenged when they see other smart women. But you know what? I do know a lot of women who have also helped me. And if you want to know, they also have very bad men who don't help us. So it depends on, I mean, how you decide to look at your cup. This is the time for us to wake up, apply the knowledge, earn your place at that table, because we're not going to fill in the numbers just because you are a woman or you are a man. Like I do say, business today is hard. Investments are hard to come by. And those who are putting the money on the table are just looking for those who can perform. It has nothing to do with gender. Whilst we're being sensitive in the back end, creating the opportunities to assist those who don't have those equal opportunities in terms of the equity you've spoken about, but we need to prepare women, and this is my last charge to everybody here on the table. We just have to put in the extra work if it needs to be done, build your support at the back end, but you know what, come out blazing, just so nobody can fault you on your professionalism, nobody can fault you on your results. I think that will just be it from me. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Mr. Chike
Okay.
also.
All the conversations, and that's what I want to, I think we're all saying the same thing, apart from one critical part of it. We're all saying that a lot of women should focus on the gender diversity process, also ensure that they can build their women networks. Men should also be very supportive of that and be allies to the women. That is all well and good. That is like, planting a tree that will grow fruits, bear fruits, and think about it that way. However, after you have finished all that, and this is my point, after you have planted the tree, and you then identify that there's a canker worm that when he eats into the root of the tree, destroys everything that you build, you cannot afford not to kill that canker worm. I'll be very clear. You cannot afford not to kill it. You trample on it, you set it on fire, you do whatever is possible to make sure that it does not destroy what you're building. That is the old boys network. Let me strike a very clear difference between that and women's network. I have spoken at several women's networks. Shell International Women's Day, WIEN, REAN, whatever it is. Ibilola, you will understand me the day an old boys network calls you to come and speak to them. Then you understand why they've never invited you. No, I'm saying old boys network. You haven't been at the Nigerian oil industry old boys network. They would, if they, Augustus, stop looking at me like that. I told them I was going to fire. If they invite you to come and speak to them, you will know what I'm talking about. So that canker worm is a problem. It's not all these things you've said about what you do within the family, how you build up things within the family, how you make sure that your family is gender sensitive and all that. All well and good. That is the building. Yeah. But when you have something that can destroy everything that you built, because it is built on what? Sand, not on rock. That thing that will destroy everything that you build is the old boys network, which needs to be dismantled. And for practical reasons, I dismantled it when I was in Watersmith. It did not exist. No meetings after 9 p.m. No going out to drink or anything. Okay, the only things we had were picnics where everybody could attend at the same time, or go for karaoke where everybody could sing. Yeah, because the old boys network, that is not what they do. I keep saying that is not what they do. After this session, come and ask me. I'll tell you what they do there.
All right. Thank you very much. I think we need to send a note to places like the Metropolitan Club, but I'll leave that for later. Just kidding. Zil, Doctor, let's start with Dr. Amao.
Sorry, I think I know the old boys network he's talking about. That's very, very, I understand what he's talking about. I'm not talking about the, I'm sorry, it can't be that. Anyway, my rounding up statements are: be brave, bold, and thick-skinned. You need to be really thick-skinned if you're going to play the game with the old boys network. Have a humble and learning spirit. Be a reciprocal and reverse mentor. I have been a reciprocal and reverse mentor to several men, and I have benefited a lot from that, and that has really given me the advantage in the old boys network. Put yourself forward, volunteer, and build your capacity always. And I honestly think this is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice and succinct. Zil, you have the privilege to close this.
It was Alvin Toffler that said that the illiterates of the future are those who won't be able to learn, unlearn, and relearn. And the future is here. Now the question is, what have we learned that we need to unlearn? What have I learned? I'll use myself as an example. I've learned that the woman is the weaker sex. I've learned that, but it's time to unlearn it. Now the issue with unlearning it, what am I going to relearn? You have to replace it with something. Now, my mom has taught me what she has taught me, but what am I teaching my kids? So when it's time to do work in the engine of my car, I call my daughter, not my son. When I'm going to make breakfast, I'm going to make pancakes on Sunday or Saturday, I call my son, not my daughter. I'm not telling them anything about gender. I'm just normalizing that certain things are not gender specific, because as humans, we make the error of attributing to gender that which is generally applicable to humanity. And so as human beings, certain things are the same. Whether you have an old boys network or an old girls network, human beings will network. The issue is the networking should not be toxic against anybody else. Now, the old boys network is toxic against women. So what do we do about it? Dismantle it? It's culture. It's not that easy to dismantle. Should we create a parallel and create a women's zone to counter toxicity with toxicity? It won't work. The issue is to create a system where that network has no value for those outside it. So keep the network, if you must keep the network, but let the network be seen. So for example, I have my secondary school network. Does it have any value in my career? Not very much, but I have the network. That network is not toxic to anybody else. The issue, and I agree, again, reaching out the olive branch, the issue is the cankerworm, right? What do we do about the cankerworm? I'm not going to burn down the tree to kill the cankerworm. The tree has its use. The cankerworm, so we need to identify the toxicity and neutralize it. And I think very strongly that the power to do that lies 80 to 90% with the women who are bringing up the children at home.
Thank you very much. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope we've been able to convince you and not confuse you that this has been quite a worthwhile debate. A round of applause for the panelists. And our hosts have said we can open the floor to a few questions on this. Yes, sure.
Sorry, please don't ask what happens at the Old Boys Network, because nobody's going to answer that.
Party.
My name is Asanimo Omezi, and the Executive Secretary of the Women in Energy Network. So my question is, why the assumption that the women have to take care of the children at home? I mean, that for me, it's what I worry. Yeah, we know we talk about culture, we talked about what we expect in life, but the life is changing and has changed. So I worry that we are still settling and talking from this panel that it's the woman's responsibility to look after the children at home.
Okay.
That's just my little in here. Thank you.
Thank you. Zil, would you like to elucidate?
I do remember Rolake said at the beginning of this that you cannot hold what we say against us in real life. I remember that clearly. For the purposes of a debate, I have made a point. However, anyway, having said that, I agree it's an assumption. I don't think it's an outrageous or incorrect assumption, right? But it is an assumption. But generally speaking, if you were to pick randomly 100 families and ask the children and reality are almost mutually exclusive. Ask the children at home who takes care of your day-to-day activities. I think most of them will tell you the mothers. Yeah? That's why I've made the assumption. Yeah? It's not about reality. It's just that for children, that affiliation with the mothers is stronger, right, in the formative years. And so if we don't make an impact then, and it's not because the men are out there working or not. It's just that there's just that natural bonding in the formative years. Once you cross 8, 9, 10 years, it can start to switch. The Oedipus complex comes in and all of those things. But before then, that ingraining of the psychological conditioning that this is what happens, that's why I made that assumption.
Thank you. Dr. Amao would like to respond.
Well, I'd like to add to that, actually. I mean, for me as a mother, having carried a pregnancy for 9 months, it's just natural. I'm breastfeeding babies. It's just natural that the intimacy is there between you and what you've carried for 9 months. A man didn't carry the children for 9 months. He's not breastfeeding the children. It's just natural in the early formative year of the children that the mother is the primary and dominant figure in our life. I'm one of those people that actually believe in equity, honestly. Women do certain things a lot better than men, and men do certain things a lot better than women. We just need to understand the diversity and optimize the team capabilities. That's our strengths and our weaknesses are quite clear. Let's leverage our strengths and minimize our weaknesses. Thanks.
Thank you very much. More questions? Yes, please, Yorande.
Thank you, Dr. Mo, for that point. One thing I find that we tend to forget is even in womanhood, there's diversity in humanhood. So what you've just said, I also feel I'm very motherly. You know, I had my kids, everything. But there comes a time when I have to go back to work, right? And when I'm at work, and I am square in that work. So it's a bit of a question and comment. And says to you, Mr. Onsu, how you did mention that you hired, a lot of women and you got them engaged in your organization. Now, we need to educate the men that there comes a time when the woman comes back to work. It's not the physical come back to work. There comes a time when the woman has reskilled, retimed, reassessed that, okay, I've gotten to the stage in life that I'm ready to actually, I have my kids sorted. I have a support system. And really and truly, I can sit with my male counterpart. And we are comparable. Are you educating these men? And do men even know this? That, those biases that they're having, at times it's at a stage of a woman's life. It doesn't stay there forever.
Thank you. Yes, please go
Can
ahead.
I address that? Okay. I would say this, that my experience is that if the leadership has sent the right message about gender diversity, and I'll give you an example. So what does the leadership do when a woman has a challenging pregnancy? It's important to understand that. So this is not a normal pregnancy. That's where I draw from what Akarawi said. In this day and age, women can still deliver on their work, and it is not related to their having a beard or having the other thing he mentioned, which I will be careful about raising here. So once you have sent that message and you allow a work process that is flexible, even when the women have challenges and are out of work, out of the office space, I find out that they can still deliver on work products even in those challenging times. I ask, the reason why I say this is that there are some in the organization that treat a pregnancy like a sickness. It is not. So they treat it like a sickness, almost to the point of saying, come and report. When you want to take sick leave, you come and tell them that you bring a doctor's report. The organizations that almost get to the point of wanting a pregnancy test to be submitted to make sure a pregnancy is not a disease. Bringing up children is not a disease. Those roles that you see that Lola mentioned about there being women's role mostly, these are not diseases. So if your organization understands that, the woman has actually never left the workplace. You understand? So you continue to make sure that her performance reviews are done with her, providing you create the space for you to be able to do that even in whatever situation the woman is in, so that her re-entry into the organization when she's taking a significant time off is smooth, and that nobody in the organization, no man in the organization believes that she's somehow been advantaged, because she's a woman. She's been advantaged because of the peculiar circumstances and things that a woman has to go through. It's that simple. And if you as a man have those same kind of circumstances, the organization will deal with it in exactly the same way.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll take maybe one more question. Yes, Professor Elidare.
I don't know whether my own is a question or not. because I think we need to come to terms with our different gifts. And Chair, permit me, both of the two groups just remind me of when they had to debate what they don't 100% really. I remember when I had to go and present the single tax system during our Federal Executive Council presentation during PIB, and people were laughing at me because I believe in dual tax system. I think both of you did extremely very well, because I mean, especially my friend, I'm sorry about the last statement with respect to women has to take care of children. But that's the truth. The first 2 years in my own marriage experience, my wife took care of the children, and after 2 years, I took over. Yes. So I think we need to, for the optimization strategy, we need to balance our strength and not allow these some of these ilabalu to close us. No, yes, I think we just, and I think water finds its own level. When I first of all got to the US, I look at people talking about racism, and I send myself back to when I was drilling rigs. Only 2 black people in the senior mess. And we go to eat food at the same time. Right, Chair? The 2 pusher is black man. I'm a black man as the owner of the rig, the well side. And every time we sit together to eat. So, but we allow the definition of the social structure to take us out. We cannot say that there is no disadvantages with these old boys. No, we can't say that. But again, we cannot absorb the ladies as well, for also not forming quickly enough their old girls network. We're new girls network. Because Mrs. Clinton was not the president of the United States because of women's vote. Thank you. So, yes.
Thank you very much. And we've come to the end of the panel. It's been such an interesting, insightful, and engaging debate. We hope you really enjoyed it. Please join me in thanking Engineer Chichi Emenike, Mr. Chike Nwosu, Zil Akarawi, and Dr. Ibilola Amao. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our co-debaters. That's been a very insightful and very fiery debate. Good points made for both sides, but I think a common goal was learned, right? We're all on the same side. Equity. That's all that matters. Okay. It's been a wonderful time. If you've been having a good time, please put your hands together for yourselves. That's great. So we've had 3 panel sessions and a very interesting debate. Now, to round it all up in a session we're calling Bringing It All Together, Africa Focus Conversations, we are going to bring back the moderators or the hosts of each of the panel sessions that we've had to come back and take questions or give us takeaways from each of their panel sessions so that we just have a holistic view of all that's happened here today. Are we all excited for that? Guys, I'm not feeling the energy. Are we all excited for that? This is the last lap. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I bring back up Rolake Akinkugbe Filani, Energy and Infrastructure Executive. Please put your hands together for her. Yewande Abiose, Head Strategic Partnerships, Energy Institute UK. Kelechi Eke, FEI, Head Technical Solutions and Standards, Risk Management, Plant Integrity and Technical Assurance, Egbin Power PLC. And to host this panel session is none other than Dr. Ibilola Amao, FEI, Senior Executive Consultant, Lonadec Inc. Equity.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I want to say a big thank you to the audience for staying behind to listen to this. It's been a very, very exciting and eventful day. We've had very, very informative sessions where we've discussed several things, and I think we're all in a better place today, more knowledgeable about positioning the Energy Institute, energy professionals, optimizing their knowledge, their skills, their good practice, and driving energy transition in Africa. And looking at policy reforms, technology, and resilience for energy security, we're going to be just taking a wrap-up session from various hosts of the previous discussions. And I'm going to let Mrs. Yewande Abiose kick it off by just sharing our take-homes. And I hope we'll all leave here better informed and we'll have a full house tomorrow. Thank you so much. Over to you, Yewande.
Thank you very much. My voice isn't as clear as it was this morning, so please pardon me. Dr. Mo, thank you for taking this session. Thank you very much. Dr. Mo is one of our committee members at the Energy Institute's Nigeria branch. So we started off the day with the CEO, Nick Waith, just speaking on a product that the Energy Institute has been, is now the custodian of, which is the EI Statistical Review of the World. And we explained how this is such an important work that was done because as the Energy Institute, our focus is really promoting energy and promoting what it stands for, understanding energy better and managing energy better. And how best to do this, but understanding the data behind everything we do, understanding the consumption, demand, supply. Although this data is backward facing, but it's always good to look back so that you know what's not to do in the future. So it's a project we're very proud of. I also did mention that we did it in partnership with KPMG and Kearney. One of the main things that we spoke about was the global outlook before we came into Africa. And one of the main things was post-pandemic, there was an energy demand recovery, which was quite uneven, with China's zero COVID policy impacting jet fuel demand significantly. We also spoke about renewables and how even though it's grown, it's nothing compared to that of your conventional oil and gas. I beg your pardon. We also spoke about energy consumption slightly increasing in 2022, and renewables was up by 12%, yet, as I mentioned, fossil fuel maintained an 82% hold on energy use. When we came down to Africa, we realized that there was a surge in energy demand in West Africa, which was outpacing the rest of the continent. So this brought about changes, I beg your pardon, challenges and opportunities. And we spoke about what that future is like. Professor Ledare emphasized the importance of us being very present as it relates to Africa and how even every data that is being put out, we need to ensure that it's not just Africa, but we speak to the areas, the countries, the regions. You know, let's talk in Nigeria. Let's talk about Ghana. What's going on in those regions? Let's stop being and others. Then we moved on to hydrocarbon production, where we saw that in Nigeria, we're commanding a significant 21% of Africa's oil production. And we spoke extensively with Mr. Salami on why he believes, obviously, gas can do much more, and how this region is important for us to explore how we can expand that particular sector. Prof then came in and said we should rebrand and stop calling it energy transition and call it energy evolving for this part of our world. Evolution, well, because our peculiarities are very different from those of the Western world, if I can call it that. We also spoke on the renewable energy leap and how remarkably Africa's renewable energy capacity has increased 5-fold since 2012. And this was an interesting one. We spoke at length about the importance of finance and investing in renewables, and how at the moment a lot of the funds that are coming into that sector are from fund providers and outside of Africa, and how great it will be for us within Africa to create these funds ourselves and find proper investors that will believe in that sector. I believe personally that renewables is not the gas of the future. It's the gas. I beg your pardon. It's the energy for today, not necessarily for tomorrow. So it's something that we really need to put a lot of effort, a lot of time talking about. And this is something that the Energy Institute has taken very seriously. Hence the reason why we're running this conference, Energy Sustainability Conference. I'm sorry, did I take too long?
Not at
Thank
all.
you, Dr. Amal.
Thank you so much, Yewande. That was really well put. We also had our own chairman, Engineer Austin Olorunsola, FAI, who spoke, gave the welcome address. And then we had Olu Rolo-Verheyen, the special advisor to the President on Energy, who also was in today. So I'm just going to pass it on to Engineer Kelechi AK to give us his feedback on panel session 2. Thank you.
Okay, we looked at the price tag of energy, inclusive energy security, balancing costs and subsidies for whom. So the first thing we did was to look at the definition for energy security to make sure that we all have a common understanding of what that concept is before we started talking about energy inclusiveness and then subsidy. And we defined energy security using the 4 A's, namely availability, affordability, accessibility, and acceptability. And we looked at the Nigerian situation based on current reality. We said that the most important thing right now is to make the energy available. After it's available, the next thing is to let it be affordable. After it's affordable, so let it be accessible to any person that needs it. And we said after that, we can now talk about acceptability in what form. And we looked at energy security, looked from 2 major perspectives, energy sources and energy carriers. And we defined energy sources as energy that is prevalent in their natural acquiring form, untapped without any anthropogenic intervention. And typically they have low entropy. And we gave examples such as natural gas, coal, crude oil, etc. After anthropogenic, that's after human intervention, through energy transformation process to make that energy available in the form that is ready for consumption, it becomes an energy carrier. And we give examples of energy carriers to include refined petroleum products, AGO, diesel, petrol, and electricity. We gave those examples. And we said that energy security has to be defined in these 2 contexts. And we looked at the various perspectives of energy security. We looked at energy mix. We gave the definition. That energy mix has to do with abundance of energy sources and energy carriers in different forms. And that a diversified energy mix reinforces energy resilience in the sense that if there's a disruption in terms of availability or any other dynamics for a particular energy source or energy carrier, then other forms are available to make up for that. So we looked at that importance and we said Nigeria has abundance of high carbon energy sources. Coal, zero production, natural oil and gas, plenty of it, and we said we have to make use of it, exploit all this for the economic benefit, collective good of every Nigerian. From there, we moved on to net energy balance, and we said it is quite ironical that we have very high energy security in terms of energy sources. I will give examples with crude oil, with natural gas, with solar resource, with wind resource. But when it comes to energy carriers, which is energy forms in a way that is ready for consumption, energy security dips. So in terms of electricity, we're only able to generate 80% of our energy needs, 18%. So how can we have high energy security in terms of the primary energy sources for electricity? But when it comes to electricity itself, we suddenly have low energy security. We discussed all those, and then we talked about the energy transition. So we talked about net energy balance. And we said, again, just similar to the discussion about energy mix, how can we have a positive, very high positive energy balance in terms of crude oil and gas, in the sense that we produce more than we need them and we export the excess. But when it comes to transforming those primary energy sources in forms that is readily available for consumption, that's making them to be energy carriers, the same product, just transform them into petrol, suddenly we have high negative energy balance. So we export crude oil, but we import refined petroleum products. We export electricity to neighboring countries, courtesy of dam agreements we have for Shiroro and KNG, but we don't have enough even to consume for ourselves. We also discussed that conundrum. We looked at the energy transition and we summarized it in terms of the ratio of hydrogen to carbon radical, and we said we looked at the transition from dominant global primary energy sources, starting from wood stock to coal, to crude oil, to natural gas. And we noticed that we have increasing hydrogen to carbon radical ratio as we progress along these primary energy sources. And that's what the energy transition is all about. And it is being said that hydrogen economy is likely to power the global energy world in the future. And we asked ourselves the question, how did this transition come to be? What are the drivers? We looked at coal. It drove the industrial revolution in the Western Hemisphere. And we looked at the discovery of crude oil, how it displaced coal, and how natural gas later displaced crude oil. And we looked at the drivers for this. After the Second World War, we said there had to be the need to reconstruct the economies of the war-ravaged economies in Japan, in UK, in Germany, etc. But there was no energy source available for it. So it couldn't be discussions around energy security. Just when the Western Hemisphere were feeling very comfortable that they have become very high in terms of energy security, the Middle East dealt a very tough lesson in terms of courtesy of the oil embargo in the mid-1970s. And that is the primary discussion, reason why we are talking about climate change. The Western Hemisphere that dominates the discussions have no regard for global pollution. That is the stark reality. It's all a discussion about energy security. A recent example is the disruption in global energy supply, courtesy of the Russia-Ukraine war. What happened? After all the preaching with COP26 and the previous COPs, suddenly you start asking yourself, do we reopen the coal mines? Are we shut down? All these uncertainties associated with the decommissioning of nuclear reactors and nuclear power stations were taken out of the equation, and we are talking about those once again. It's all a selfish game. Let me ask you a question. If the high carbon primary energy resources were to be located in the Western Hemisphere, do you think the global discussion about climate change will be on the table? Do you think so? Why do you have so much resources, oil resources underneath you, and you're allowing someone else to tell you that you should not tap them? That is the reality. There is no Western foreign credit institution that is going to fund a coal-fired power project. It's not going to happen because of all manner of carbon taxes in their host countries. But if the reverse were to be the case, will they still allow that situation to occur? Is a question we need to answer ourselves. Then we discussed subsidy to say, why should subsidy be on the table when you're not producing enough? There's a graph I displayed that shows that subsidy comes into play when there's overproduction. and then there is a reduction in price. That is when there should be fiscal intervention in terms of a subsidy. But here in this country, we have an unusual situation. For instance, we refine petroleum products with electricity, where supply is far less than the demand, and we are still talking about subsidy. And we said there is no way you can stimulate growth of those sectors, refined petroleum product sector, that's the downstream petroleum sector, as well as electricity, if we go about imposing subsidy regime. There is no way we can attract foreign investment in a sector that is essentially suffers from a negative cash flow. And we also looked at 30-30-30 targets. We are going to generate 30 gigawatts of electricity by year 2030. And that 1/3 of that will come from renewable energy. And we say 7 years to go. Is it possible? What are the incentives that are needed to make it possible? And the panel concluded, whatever it is, based on our current macroeconomic realities, it is not possible. And the discussion continues. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you so much for that recap. I think it gives us a lot to think about. And hopefully we'll begin to start talking to family, friends, colleagues to see how we make a positive difference. Now over to Ms. Rolake Akikugbe-Filani to give us a recap on her session, or sessions.
Sessions. The reality is, like I always say, you can't fly a plane with only one wing, right? And all these things we've talked about from the start of the day are well and good, but if we don't involve our women in the sustainable development of this industry, it's going nowhere fast. So it was really interesting to have had the honor to host those two sessions. The first session was really disrupting the modern workplace, disrupting the gender gap by embracing allyship and sponsorship in the modern workplace. And we started with a keynote presentation from Georgina Worrell of the Powerful Women Network, where she highlighted the fabulous work of impact that the network is doing, specifically with some identified private sector players in the energy sector in the UK, and how that network is helping to hold stakeholders accountable. Then we delved into a deep dive discussion on the concept of allyship and sponsorship, which we had defined, particularly with the distinction that a sponsor is somebody who takes a risk, specifically reputational risk, on your progress and advancement, and they can be male or female, whilst an ally is typically somebody who is not part of the network that's been marginalized. So they're typically out of that network. And then we looked at areas like managing the perceptions that may exist culturally in our society, specifically in approaching or seeking allies or sponsors. We also talked about the required intentionality that organizations need in order to make these processes actually work, so that women can actively leverage these processes. A very specific point was made around the fact that women themselves need to demonstrate their competence. They need to deliver results and show the value of the work they bring as part of managing those relationships. A point was made around the multipolarity of these issues, especially the fact that there are many intersecting dynamics that may trigger or cause exclusion in the modern workplace. And then we also looked at ways in which male leaders in the Nigerian oil and gas sector could actually step up as champions of women. And several examples were given by panelists. Engineer Chike Uwosu specifically mentioned his experience of supporting and championing women in his space and in his industry from very early on in his career. We also looked at areas such as recruitment practices that our firms put out there, and the need to have gender-sensitive languaging and messaging in those recruitment practices. We also touched on unconscious bias and the need to understand the presence of both conscious and unconscious bias, and the need to be deliberate in tackling whatever these may be in the organizational context. I think that was the broad summary of the discussion on allyship and sponsorship. The particular point was made about the fact that we needed to contextualize how we apply allyship and sponsorship with a specific reference to the organizational culture and the need to define values at every level of the organization. And the fact that an ally or sponsor doesn't have to be somebody who's necessarily more experienced or older, but actually you can find many levers and touch points across the hierarchy of our organizations. So that was it on the panel on disrupting the gender gap. Then we moved into a debate, very fascinating, interesting debate on the Old Boys Network. There was a lot to take away here. I haven't had time to really kind of make sense of everything, so I'm kind of just going with the flow. But really, this was to examine whether it was time to change from the Old Boys Network and whether women had what it took to disrupt those networks. I think the things that personally stood out for me, since I didn't have time to kind of glean everything, is really the importance of starting early, especially raising the kids. I think it's very important that when we come to these sorts of conferences, we bear in mind that we're 360 human beings, and we don't often have a very frank conversation about some of the cultural biases or practices that go on after all. So I think that was very important to talk about. We also mentioned the nature of discussion and dynamics that happen in these networks, whether it was the cognac drinking or the deal making or the negotiation. The reality is that we are aware that these networks exist. They're very difficult to dismantle. And women in some ways have come a bit late to the party. And whilst we've seen many women's networks evolve in our society, I think there was a recognition that we should continue to do what we can to build our own selves up and ensure that the cankerworm, as Mr. Nwosu had described it, don't actually fester and consume the entire tree. But we also recognize that it's going to take a lot of work in order to dismantle those networks, and that the more we can within our various networks to essentially instill those values from an early age, the more we can advance. And I think the final point I want to close on, this is an energy sustainability conference, and we often define sustainability as what we invest or consume today that doesn't jeopardize the needs of future generations. I think specifically on the issue of gender, whatever steps or initiatives that we're taking today, we have to take a long-term view, right? What do we want the makeup of the industry to look like in 20, 30 years' time? And many of these gender policies, are they sustainable into the future with the advance of technology and with the way times evolve? We're seeing how global events have disrupted value chains, have disrupted our status quo. And the new normal is so many different things. So as we kind of look at this whole issue of SDG 5, I think it's important that we don't replace existing old traditional structures with new ones that may not stand the test of time. And that's the note on which I will end. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the contributors. I must say that the note on which you ended your speech was quite interesting to me, because in terms of digital transformation and the Industry 5.0, I must say females are better advantaged because of their capacity to multitask, leverage technology, work from home, work from anywhere, and optimize what the cloud throws at them across time zones and geographies. So I'm just waiting to see how the Old Boys Network is going to survive around the digital transformation. So I'd just like to give everybody an opportunity to put in perspective the way forward in terms of where we hope to see the Energy Institute, knowledge, skills, good practice, and sustainability with gender perspectives in the next few years. Thank you so much. I'll pass that back to you, Andy.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amal. This was very last minute, but you did take this on. Thank you very much for sitting on this panel. Thank you. Photographs, please, of all the hosts. So,
I can see your face.
What are we doing? Sorry, I was dual tasking. That's part of the power of a woman. We can dual task.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
What the Energy Institute is doing in capacity building.
Next steps for us.
Okay.
Based on what
fantastic. I think this was about 5 years ago when Mr. Olorunshola and the committee came up with the idea of doing this conference. And one of the reasons was because there's always this talk where oil and gas and forget it, right? Those are the people that need to have a conversation. And we're not an events organizer. The Energy Institute is a professional organization. But one of the things we try to do is give our members benefits of being connected to us. And what our chair had said at the time is, it's not just oil and gas, it's an energy thing. And it's not just an energy thing, it's a sustainability thing. So as we create these kind of agendas, you're one of our committee members, you were on the board of putting this agenda together. We're very inclusive in our conversations. So I don't know if you knew about it, everyone in here. There was a breakout room in the morning where we had young professionals talk with some CEOs. They call it Time Out with the CEOs. They had 4 CEOs online with them today. We're including everyone. The session we just had with women, you saw that we had 2 sessions and it was intentional. We're not just talking, we're acting. And that was why we had the debate, which I thought was very impactful. Thank you all to those that joined that session. So we're including ourselves, including everyone, making sure that everyone is being heard. We want to be that conduit, you know, that brings all the conversations that don't want to be had. We will bring it out. We're not for profit. We're not doing this for money. We're not lobbyists. This is not a government thing. This is more of a people thing. And making sure that our voices are heard as professionals. Did I answer that?
Yes. Thank you so much, Yewande. I know Yewande is fantastic at multitasking, organizing events and putting things together. Well done, Yewande. And basically, she's giving us snippets into the future and where the history of where we're coming from. And that would not have been possible without our first chairman, Effiam Edet, and our current chairman, Engineer Austin Olorunshola. So that's a good snippet and view into the future. I'll just pass the mic on to Rolake to give us her feedback on thoughts and the way forward for the Energy Institute in view of what's happened today. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. I think maybe as an outsider looking in, I think this issue of digitization and digital transformation is going to be extremely key. The world is evolving so fast that even the people that we upskilled 10 years ago or 5 years ago, there's a need to rethink and relook at how we're preparing them for the future of work. So I think that's going to be a really important point. Also because I was speaking to someone earlier today and we were saying that right now it's an employees market because of the way talent has become global. So what are the new ways the industry needs to evolve to attract and retain talent? And that's going to be a perennial problem that companies are going to be dealing with and they're going to be challenged with. And even as these technologies evolve, how are we going to manage the risks involved? Now we're talking about generative AI and what it's able to do. And I think those are some of the harder technical issues that I think institutes like the Energy Institute are quite well positioned to start to tackle. And it would be great to see more of that content in future sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rolake. And I must say that's a fantastic position to take because quite recently we were involved in putting together a team to be trained on design of semiconductors. They will be based in Nigeria, working offshore in the US and the hydrocarbon provinces outside geography and time zone. And the good news is they don't need to relocate to other countries. They're paying good, very cheap rent and cheap cost of living in Nigeria, in Africa, but they're earning exceptional good value across in foreign currency. So I think things are changing. The Energy Institute is well positioned to look at the jobs of the future and leveraging technology to reposition our young workforce. Thank you so much. I'll just pass this on to Kelechi, please.
Sorry, just before he speaks. Mr. Kelechi runs our energy management trainings. And he's a fellow of the Energy Institute and a true supporter of the work we do in Nigeria. I just thought to throw that out.
Can we give him a round of applause, please? Thanks for what you do for the Energy Institute.
Thank you very much. For the Energy
Old Boy Network.
For the Energy Institute, I would like you to take up the challenge to prepare the younger generation to be relevant along the 4 Ds of energy use: digitalization, decentralization, decarbonization, and decreased energy use. Then for the audience here, I want to leave you with a question. You can think about it. If you have a conflict to resolve between providing your energy need now and then not jeopardizing the energy need of the future, which will you resolve in favor of the other? Think about it. Thank you. The question is, if there is a conflict, and that conflict has to do between your ability to meet your energy need now and then jeopardizing the ability of future generations to meet their own energy needs. How will you resolve that conflict in favor of which? Just think about it.
So on this note, I'd like to say a big thank you to our very attentive audience, our chairman, and I'll hand it back to our ever-able Yewande Abiose.
Thank you very much, everyone. Can we take photographs now?
Okay, yes.
I
please.
get down on my knees. As we do that, Anu would give vote of thanks.
Okay, so thank you so very much, everyone, for taking the time out to join this conference today. We appreciate you. So we'll be going straight into our cocktail reception. Thank you. So thank you once again to our speakers, our hosts, our delegates, and all our guests that are present today. We'll be going straight into our cocktail reception, which will be happening on the terrace where we had our lunch earlier in the day. So I'll also say, please, let's come back tomorrow. This is a 2-day conference, and it is power-packed. Yes. So tomorrow's conference is power-packed, bumper-loaded. So please, we expect you to come again tomorrow. Conference begins at 9 a.m. and ends by 5 p.m. So please, we would love to have you again. But yes, please, let's just go and have a few drinks and, yes, boogie down. So thank you so much, everyone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Anu. She has made everything possible today, from the drinks to the sitting arrangement, everything. And like she said, it's a 2-day event, so we continue this tomorrow. Very powerful and insightful conversations we had today. But from now on, you can go enjoy cocktails. And remember to be an ally.